Hey, what's up, Bo? We're being chilling tonight. My sleep schedule continues to be a problem, so I figure I'm just gonna do something with it. You love Lotta's face in the thumbnail. I'm telling you, I just like doing silly faces. It's a skill I'm trying to cultivate. The soy jack emojis when. I should do that. That would be really fun. That's a good idea. He broke his sleep schedules. It's so annoying, but my body's used to it. Yeah, ever since I've been unemployed, I don't have stuff to wake up for, so I don't sleep as good. I've been trying to work on it, but it's been a back and forth. Melatonin only helps so much. Killamari's the star of the day, because I want to go get the other Killamari today. That the drawing for the thumbnail, that is not a like I did not turn Killamari into a girl. That is the girl that my Killamari is named after, who just is also one of my OCs. I was inspired to draw that because I knew that I wanted to get the other Killamari tonight. That's fair, it's good to have a routine going, but as someone who just draws for people and works whenever I want, it's free real estate. I need to get disciplined in some ways for sure. That's how it is. This could if in some way this like videos and like streaming became like a viable career for me, which would be pretty cool. That is a concern that I would have is would I sleep good or would I just let it fall apart like it always does? Because that's probably what'll happen, at least for a while. What's genius? The thumbnail? It just seemed like a fun idea to draw two Kaylas in my head. That is what her name is Kayla Mari. So the one that I have now is Kayla, and then the like normal type will be called Mari. It's one of my first OCs, actually. From the same world as Lada, but like Lada was not thought of until much later on. But I think she's cool. I think I've mentioned her before, like a character with I don't know if I was if I mentioned that she has like tentacle hair, but it's when I was drawing that Lala Loopsy My Little Pony fusion for Jackie in one of the art streams, and I was drawing like layered pigtails. I just think those are cool looking. Loki giving twin character vibes. I really like those. I like characters that are like it part of their character is another character, you know? Like duo characters. Sometimes trio characters, but usually duo ones. Jesse and James from Team Rocket, Susie and Lancer from Deltarune, Denji and Power, and Chainsaw Man. If they work in a pair, I immediately like them more. It's just the rules. Thank you. Iconic examples, yeah, those are the easy ones that come to mind. Probably just because those are my favorite ones. It's not like a cave here. Is it closed? I can't even tell. Yeah, it's closed. Now that I'm thinking about it, it could be like a couple too. Like, I think the first example for me would have been the Joker and Harley Quinn, who I was obsessed with when I was in school. Like both of them as a pair. Everything started with comics. So it's hard for me to not bring them up in a conversation like this. I just like character dynamics, you know? Like characters that are written well to are written well with other characters. That's a lot of the fun for me doing my own writing, is like creating the dynamics between characters. Like imagining how they interact with each other. I love Charlie so much. They had the best chemistry. Although after Ivy, it got better for me. I don't know, maybe that's just my pie energy. I feel like Harley Quinn's just been getting like tossed around, and they're just kind of doing anything to keep like using her in comics these days. Like I've heard about some, like I don't consume comic stuff really anymore, but I've heard some unusual things in like Harley Quinn comics recently. What's that? Have I been over there? Oh, is that the Terraria Island? That might be Terraria Land. I'll have to go over there soon. I usually don't like live adaptations, but I think Margot Robbie did a good job. I'm pretty sure I liked Harley more just because I kept picturing her. She did make like a, I think, oh my gosh, my brain just stopped for a second. She definitely made like maybe the current most iconic Harley Quinn so far. I feel like you either think of the like original from Batman the Animated Series, or you think of Margot Robbie. God, you can't kill him. That's perfect. It is Harley Quinn's fault too that I think I like drawing girls with pigtails too. Like, it was such a smart way to translate her not wearing like a jester's hat. And it's just I like that look. And so I guess it's stuck with me in my art. Love both, even though my heart eventually goes back to the original animations. 2D bias is real. Like, I feel like I simply just don't give... Maybe not that I don't give live action stuff as much credit as they deserve, but I feel like I simply just don't care as much just because I have grown a bias for, like, animation. Because I just really like animation. You had the Harley vibe from Lada as soon as you learn more about her. Yep, she's got a lot. There was a lot that went into how I've written her. Like, a lot of characters that I had in mind as, like, examples. Not just in appearance, but in, like, personality, too. I would picture, like, Harley Quinn, Team Rocket, like I said, where it's sort of almost, like, more, like, a goofier, like, villain. Where there's definitely actual villains, and then, like, the chill villain that you like anyway, because they're just endearing. I hate these guys so much. Literally least favorite thing in this video game is these freaking cultists, and you cannot change my mind. But yeah, I definitely feel like there was more, and I'm just blanking on them right now. Harley Quinn, Team Rocket, I guess those are like the main ones. Oh, you know what? I sort of imagine her having the same vibes as Queen from Deltarune also. Very, just the bombastic nature. Like, haughty bombasticness that she has. I think I played the fighting games just to see Harley. She's so charming to me, especially her voice. That was probably the first time I ever saw Harley Quinn, was I played Injustice on, like, my dad's tablet. And I was like, I don't know who this is, but she seems pretty cool. 100, 200, 300. Okay, that's it. Inventory's full? Two villains are peak, but I do like when bigger villains get domesticated in a way. Well, you might like to know that that's part of her development. Lotta's development is domestication. Which is partly thanks to Kayla. Which is why I associate them closely together. I didn't see any jellies here. You're cheaping out on me. Never mind. I still got one anyway. Now, how did that happen? Like, how does one domesticate Lotta? Oh my gosh, it's such a long story. I'm trying to even think of how I could just give the broad strokes. Or you just mean like in general, like when a big time villain is brought to the light somehow. I definitely feel like big time villains is harder to do, because if they're a big time villain, they're probably more just like explicitly evil. Why did I just get a metal helm schematic from that? It's especially funny to me when that happens for the sake of like a video game. Like when you unlock like a main story boss as a character. Like when I used to play Hyrule Warriors a lot, and you'd unlock like Ganondorf as a character. And then you could use him in like hero missions, and it's like, how do I even excuse this? How do I even do this while maintaining a sense of immersion? I'd do it anyway because it's really sick. But it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Alright, I'll try to explain Lotta's development. I guess I'm trying to read chat and do this minigame at the same time. Very true, I really like those. I tried to mod Elden Ring so that I can play as bosses and pretended to have them on American leash or something. Yeah, you just have to imagine that your character, like, is like a mimic, like they can transform into other beings and use their, like, steal their powers or something. I love messing around with Elden Ring mods. I still do every once in a while when I'm bored. I want to do it for, like, content, though. I want to do it for, like, videos and stuff. Just, like, playing through a bunch and, like, ranking them all. So I think modding's really fun, and I want more people to do it, so I want to show off how cool modding can be. Because I have played some really cool ones. And there's ones that look really cool that I haven't tried yet, just because I want to do it in a way that I can share it. Like big time mods, where it's like like basically I'll overhaul the entire game. I'll definitely wait to do that kind of stuff till I can like record or something. Or stream, I don't know, maybe both. I think it would depend on how good I am at simply recording and editing videos when I decide to do that. I'm sure it'll only be a matter of time though, just because I love Elden Ring so much. I go back to it regularly. I love when mods elevate replayability more. I think modders carry games on their backs often. They do. Especially in a game where there's like a constant... I found in games where you are like, a lot of the fun and playtime is dedicated to unlocking things. And like getting achievements. Are definitely the best ones for modding, because like when you do everything, it's like the best example for me is like Risk of Rain 2. Like I play through, I unlock all the characters and all the items, and I have all the achievements and all the unlockables. So now I just kind of play the game, and I just like, sure, it's random every time, so it's not always the same, but after a while it all kind of blends together still. It's like fun for a while to play with all the stuff you've unlocked, but when kind of the whole thing up to that point was I'm having so much fun unlocking everything in the first place, once you have, it feels like you're kind of missing something. So mods have definitely made it more fun to like have new content that way. Of course. As soon as I go to lay down, it's not nighttime anymore. I'd like to show proper support for mods too. Not that I have like a lot of money that I could like give to modders right now or ever so far, but assuming that I am, because I will do like recording mods and stuff eventually, I would like to do it when I can also then support all the mods that are like, that deserve it. Because that's also a reason that I would want to do it for content, so that I can be like, look at how cool this was, don't forget to support this if you engage in it yourself, or you just want to see them make more of this stuff. Because that's important, because they don't get, unless you give them money, you're probably not getting any, they're probably not getting anything anyway. Most modders don't do it for money. It's more of the experience towards it that makes it satisfying to do, at least for me. Exactly. I'm very particular about how I play games, because there's a particular experience that I'm trying to have a lot of the time. I actually really hate when I see a cool mod from a video and there's no mention of any mod pack or collection or mod creator anywhere. It's very true. I don't watch modded content really ever. I just more enjoy trying it out myself. But I would definitely would not be that guy who doesn't credit anywhere. In fact, I would go to the lengths to greatly emphasize that this was made by somebody who's probably not, like, benefiting from it in a physical sense at all, so you should go do that for them. I think it can be especially hard when they use websites that have not perfect reputations, like Nexus mods, which I do use a lot, but I know that not everyone has a great impression of it. Nexus has been a good source for you? I can't even remember, really. I feel like if I hear more than once, like, a negative opinion, I assume that general opinion is negative. I think a lot of people know it for, like, risque mods. And it's like, of course those exist, so I'm sure a lot of games have those. And maybe they've had, like, not stellar practices before, but I wouldn't really know about that. Well, I'll move this one off the screen first of all. I think I need to be saving ingots, so I'm not going to do that right now. Find ingots? Jeez. Maybe it really doesn't. Maybe, like I said, I just heard a couple times someone having a negative opinion. Like, I heard a negative opinion more than once and just assumed that's what the majority was. Maybe it's not. Well, yeah, who cares, really? The best people can do is just ignore it. I certainly don't give a frick as long as I'm not getting forced. Exactly. I feel like there was some, like... Oh, maybe it's that there were mods being removed because they were mods like that, and so people were like, you shouldn't just remove a mod just because you don't agree with what the mod is, or something like that. That sounds more accurate in my head. But they, like, removed mods because they were less than wholesome. And people thought they don't really have the right to do that. I mean, fair enough, if it's just like supposed to be an open place for you to post whatever mods you make. Find improved furnace. I can make an improved furnace. It sounds strange. I mean, low-key, if it's for games like, I don't know, Animal Crossing, then it's totally valid. Yeah, if it's like if it's on levels of weird where it's like a problem, then definitely. But if I think this was like from a few years ago. Whenever I remember hearing about this, and I don't think it was for anything super crazy. I don't know. I think it was stuff that were definitely crazy, but not necessarily in the realm of like they shouldn't have the freedom to post it unless the website itself has like specific rules about what can be posted. I don't know. Trash room. Gosh, what am I even trying to make right now? I take so long of breaks between playing this, and so I forget what I'm even trying to do. I know that I need ingots, but what do I need them for? I think for production lines or something. I definitely don't think it was something that necessarily warranted mods being removed. And I think that's why people had a problem with it. Like because all I can remember is hearing about what the mods were and being like, well, I don't want those mods, but it doesn't sound like they had to be removed. Oh, I can make the production line. What was I trying to make? Another metal chest? Cement for this. What does my base need? That's the important thing. Sphere assembly and power generator. That's what it was. I can make the sphere assembly. I just need more ingots so I can make the power gen. Fair enough, I just as easily form an opinion based off of something negative and proven it's fine. It's very hard not to, especially these days, because you mostly hear about the negative things. Oh, you know what? I caught some freaking cool killamaris. I should get one in the team. I definitely try to not form my opinion based off of just one opinion, whether negative or positive. But I think there have been times where I started to form one because it was enough just from one side, like, immediately. Like, I didn't even get an alternative, so I only had the one side to work with. I just like to let people enjoy what they enjoy, as long as it's not very strange. Like, there's levels of unusual where then I start to change my mind a little bit, you know? I have too many of these. This is the one I'm keeping because it has a good ability. Care to be combined. I hope they put more cosmetics. I want more skins for pals. Let's go. I'll put Buggernut back in for a bit. I really like him, but everyone else I'm either more attached to or has more functionality presently. I have him because he gives me fire resist, but I can't really use him against the fire guys anyway. Because even if he makes us all more resistant, he's still very weak to them. Oh my gosh, the regular killamari has purple eyes and I forgot. I drew both of them with blue. I can't believe it. What a fool I was. Ooh. Careful now. Nice. Go get her, she's burning guys alive. Uh-oh. Wait, is he attacking me? What for? Oh, I think Kayla hit him by accident. Sorry. I want to kill Amari. That's his purse. I'm assuming if you didn't mean that, you meant plush. I think both are valid, though. It looks like he'd be a great bag. Okay, you did mean purse. I should have just read the damn comment, bro. Hashtag Vita don't come for me. It can be a mock killamari bag. It doesn't have to be made of killamari. What are you pissed off about? He didn't do anything. Okay, you just want hands, I guess. Now I feel obligated to catch it. You know what? No, I don't. I think I should just leave him alone. Because my pal decided to just disturb him for no reason. Maybe she was still set to hands on sight. And that's my bad. Sorry, dumb mud. Swear there's an effigy here. Did I already get it? Nope, it's right there. A killamari bag would definitely be cool. I just like its design. I think any merch of it would be nice. Wish palworld devs weren't so shy about making the other types more powerful than fire. Like, man, we get it. Fire cool. Unga bunga brain. There's some pretty cool non-fire types. But they're definitely skewed in the roster. It definitely feels like at least a third of the alt types are fire. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if I should fight that, because it's probably way too over leveled for me. Only one way to find out. Level 45? My god. I don't care. 2 damage! 1 damage! Oh, this is a bad idea, isn't it? I have to try, though, because I really need the Predator core. Oh my gosh. I mean, Blueberry's doing just fine right now. He's taking it like a champ. Oh. Oh my gosh. Please. Oh! Not a good time. If I bring them here, it should hurt them too. Oh my gosh. Yes, fight each other. This is perfect. Oh! The easiest way to defeat him is push him to his back. Just go get like an excavator or something. I don't know, what if he started using his drills to just dig down into the ground? What would I do then? Ooh! Ooh! Ow. Thank God they're still pissing him off. Ooh! Please hit each other! You've hit each other multiple times. Alright, Bert. Ooh. Bert has a highly effective move. Free mining, you might even get you a lot of gold under that sand. That's true. Okay, careful now. Doing great, Bert. He's got nothing against Bert. No one has anything against Bert. He's Big Bert for a reason. He's the big man around here. Oof. Do you have any opinions about the Pokemon reveal that we got recently? Did you see the trailer? Where I haven't seen it yet. They announced Gen 10 this past week. It's not this. We're in the middle of the week. So it was probably just like in the past few days. But yeah, Gen 10 is in the works. And it definitely looks better than the past couple games we've gotten. I won't say anything about it so that you could go watch the trailer for yourself. But my current opinion is I'll keep an eye on what people have to say and maybe a little bit of like footage of it when it comes out. And if it's good enough and I can find, like, the other issue would be finding a discounted Switch 2. But if I can meet both of those conditions when it comes out, I might just give it a try. Because right now it looks more promising than the past couple of games. Oh my gosh. Bert, go ahead. Another round. He's so tanky. It makes sense, he's a giant turtle, but my god. I'm gonna do so much damage myself. Now I really have to get up and see it. You go for it. I'll be here for when you've formed an opinion. I might still be fighting this thing by the time that you've watched the whole trailer. Ooh, I'm so sorry. That had to hurt really bad. It did. I could see it that it did. Ouch. You were not the person to call in. I knew that, and I still did. That's on me. Oof, 12 damage. You're still holding on, though. Okay, don't run. Actually dodge. I thought running would be more effective. I'm not losing to one of these again. This one's really not that hard to deal with. Oh my god! I said that too soon. Why? 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 Dog! Really? Okay, Kayla's almost ready. Thank God, because Voltagious is out. Please heal. Ooh. You got this, Kayla. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Kayla! I didn't know he was gonna do that move. I would have called you back. Oh. Good. Yes. Piss off more things that can help me fight. Split his attention some more. Thank you for your sacrifice, Damad. Please. Please! Oh my... No! Please! Why? It's so inconsistent. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't do anything different. Gosh. That pisses me off. I didn't change my tactic. I did exactly the same thing every time you use the laser, and it just didn't work half the time. The world is a cruel place. Oh my god. Very interesting. I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen enough to form a proper opinion yet. So all that I can say is it looks better. I know nothing about the gameplay, but they certainly seem to have finally made it look like a game that came out in like the 2020s instead of like a game that came out on like the PS2. Oh, Kayla, I forgot. I'm sorry, Kayla. You didn't deserve that. Oh, jeez. I feel like the weakest thing to me in that trailer is the starters. I feel like a lot of people have not stellar thoughts on the starters. Ow. I do hope it is actually better this time. I can't keep the Yandere to have level 1 flops. Yikes. That's a big, yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, but that's a big yikes. And it really is a shame too, because I thought ZA was going to be really good. I was really excited for it. But then it came out, and public opinion told me it's not even worth it. So I never played. I don't even remember if it is available on the Switch One, but I never even considered it. Then I heard about the construction of the buildings, in that there is no construction and that there are a bunch of rectangles with textures put on them, and I was like, really? Are we sure? Are we serious? Why? Why did they do that instead of just modeling buildings like they have done in the past? It's such a small scale game. But I also heard that since the Winds and Waves is coming out next year, that it's the longest time that they'll have taken to make a new Pokemon game. So that gives me hope. If they are taking more time finally, that they're actually going to put more money in this time, they're going to put more care in this time, and it's going to come out pretty nice. It's one of the first major games coming out for the Switch. Oh my gosh! It's one of the first major games coming out for the Switch too, so it better be frickin' sweet. You need to do something to get people to want to get your new console. Because right now, I don't feel the need. It's too expensive. They'd have to come out with something really promising for me to even consider it. So we'll see. That's my opinion on the new game, is we'll see. They are a massively rich company, and Pokemon is very popular among all ages, so come on now, it's not even that demanding of a standard, too, compared to AAA games. I know. I don't think anyone wants them to spend so much money and handcraft the character models so that you can see every pore on their face. We just want it to look pretty, run well, and be fun. Which used to be, like, the three things that Nintendo would do really well, I feel like. At certain points in time, I feel like they did those things very well. Particularly the making a game that was fun part over the other two. And that was actually my favorite part of Scarlet and Violet, was that I thought it didn't run very well, and it didn't look very good. But I still enjoyed it because it was really fun to play. I took my time playing through it the first time and then played it a lot afterwards, after I finished the story. Because it was fun. So at the time I didn't even care if it wasn't, like, made super well. I at least finished it. Because I enjoyed the process. And then I actually already had the same thoughts on the first Pokemon Legends game. It didn't look great, but it was a really fun departure for Pokemon, which is why I was sad that it sounded like Pokemon ZA was not that. In fact, the thing that I found that was the biggest draw to me for Pokemon ZA is that when I would see the custom, like I would see how people customize their Pokemon trainers, and I was like, this has a really cool fashion in this game, and that was almost enough to get me in. But I was like, no, it sounds like that's the only good thing about it, so I'm not even gonna bother. So to this day, I've never even considered. Did I hatch this? It's a boss? That's crazy. That's naughty. Do I have a boss Catras? Is that what Hex is? Oh my gosh. What an interesting skill set. The starters kill me, bro. In a good way or not? Because I feel like I'm always nervous when I see starters. We already have. Like, there's only so much they can do with birds at this point, because I think we get a bird in every generation. Except we haven't. There's generation. The earliest gens didn't have a bird, but we've been getting birds every single gen. So we already have a grass bird. We already have multiple water lizards. And I'm not complaining that there's a dog. I think the dog starter has the most potential, just at a glance. As long as it stays on his damn 2 legs. If that dog stands up, they better do a really good job with its final evolution, or I'm gonna have a problem. That's what I have to say about that. But the other 2 have me nervous because we've already tread this ground before. Like, recently, we've already done both of those things. Gen 8 already had a fire lizard, and the one right before that had the grass bird, so why are we already doing those both again? I don't hate it, the dog is definitely something new that got me, and yeah, I hope not. It's all just will sees for me. It was just announced, realistically, we can't make any proper judgments right now, so I won't. I'll just say, I'll keep an eye on it, and that's the end of that. I have nothing else to say on the matter right now. I will, this is me judging. One can only hope. I would like to really enjoy Pokemon again. I would like to be put back in a phase where I just want to draw various characters with Pokemon. I mean, who knows, I might do it anyway, just because of how much I've been drawing lately, but if I could really have a reason to like that, that would be, I'm just saying, that would be pretty cool. Give me a reason. That's all I want, just give me a reason to do it, and I'll do it happily. I'm a much better that was part of what drove me to being a better artist, was because I did that so much. So I'd love to do it now when I'm even better. If I ever do like a showing my old art stream, that's what like half of it's going to be. It's like the Pokemon era of my art. Because it cannot be described as anything but an era because of how much there is. And how long I did it for. I need a new water guy. It's my water duo is on the mend. I guess I could bring someone who's fire. At least how knocked is pretty sick. I don't even think I've actually used one before. Oh my gosh, I can't even unlock the saddle for it, that's crazy. I'm trying not to unlock things unless I know I'm going to use them. I want to save my tech points. I'd love to see that. I personally just like to reminisce with old sketchbooks and art I archived online just to see how much I improved too, and the old characters I hyperfixated and created. That's like... I do look at my old art sometimes, just because I'm like, if I need to just like chill out for a while, or I feel like I just need something to just like do peacefully for a while and just not think, that's what I'll do. In fact, I have a lot of it on my phone too, because I like took pictures of it just to have like a digital copy of. So there were times where I'm like, where I've been like super exhausted at work, so I'm like, I'm going to take a bathroom break, and while I'm there, I'm going to look at my old art. Because my god, at my last job, sometimes I was just waiting for the excuse to take a bathroom break because it just had me so exhausted. I wouldn't just go take them to get out of work, but I would be waiting for the chance to be like, well, I gotta go to the bathroom now. Guess we'll be in there for 10 minutes. What was your previous work? That's not a personal question. No, it's not at all. My last job, I was on production line. I always have a hard time explaining properly where I worked. Genuinely though, I don't know, I think when we were younger, we had wilder imaginations. I still saved my old OCs from when I was 9 and redesigned them because the premises was just hella cool. I don't know if I've like redone any like really old OCs. The oldest ones that I have is like there's like a group of 5. Kayla is actually a member of that group of 5. And they're like the most long-standing OCs that I have. But I do have a couple of sketchbooks with like older, like at the time I wouldn't even have called them OCs. I just thought up an idea for a character and drew it with like colored pencils or crayons or whatever. But like that would actually be pretty interesting sometime if I went and found that and like redesigned them. Even some that aren't even from that long ago. Like, I don't like throwing the term slop around just because it feels so aggressive, but when I was like, there was a time I was basically making like My Hero Academia like type of deal where I was just like making a bunch of superhero like teenagers. Not even just because of My Hero. It was like an immediate reminder that I liked that idea, but it's just kind of an idea I've always liked, and it just, that show kind of reminded me of it. But I had so many ideas for them that eventually I would now describe them as like, I started like doing art slop, or I'm like, this one isn't even particularly inspired. I just drew it just to get it out of my brain, and I am never gonna care about it again. I don't blame you, we've all been there. Everything I watch, I make a self-insert type of OC for. Interestingly, I've never really done self-inserts. I've gotten... The only time I've ever made self-inserts is actually for my own stories. But then, eventually I'm always just like, no, this is more interesting if they're just a different character. So maybe they'll have like a couple of elements where you could say they're sort of inspired by me, like maybe a hobby that the character has or something. Or maybe in just that their appearance isn't super unique, and that they're just kind of a guy with like the type of hair that I would usually try to like have. But I just like making in-universe characters, I guess. Because if I'm making a character in a world, it's probably because I'm really invested in that world. And lately that's mostly been for video games too. Especially in like Dark Souls and Elden Ring and stuff. Because I think they do such a good job of that because there's so many factions in those games. So you could really easily be like, I want to play a character as if they were from this faction in like Elden Ring. Like my buddy DJ, who has been in chat and I've played games with a few times on stream, when we played, his first full time through Elden Ring was fairly recently, because we did the seamless co-op, and he wanted his character to be like related to the fire giants, because he just wanted to go all in on strength, and that was really cool. And in fact, one of my current favorite of my OCs started out as an Elden Ring build that I did, and then I liked her so much that she sort of became her own character that I use in other video games and stuff now. I like her so much that I even made like a world specifically for her, so that like if I need to explain this character, I can have like a base version of her to use as the like example, because that felt more right than being like, oh, you know, she's just sort of the vague idea of a character that I like to use in various video games. But it's cool because sometimes the video game helps me expand on the character. Because like I said, she started out as an Elden Ring character for like a Black Blade, like Malekith type build. So she was very like goth aesthetic, like black hair, black clothes and like armor, red eyes. She uses like a large sword, like a cursed sword. But then I made a version of her in Monster Hunter Wilds that was really fun. And I liked the dynamic that I had in my head of her and my Palico. So now she just has like a cat, a talking cat friend that she's always with. And that just became an intrinsic part of her character. Hell yes, I love FromSoft universes. I always mix and match armors and have several designs for my builds. Concept stuff is just so fun to do. It is. I have a bad habit of being like, I want to play this game, but right now I would like to play with a specific kind of character. And it's been a big problem in Monster Hunter, because I'll have like my main character. In both Monster Hunter games I've played, I have that character I was just talking about, Malreva is her name. I'll have a build for her. And then in Monster Hunter Rise specifically, since that's the one I've been playing the most recently, I keep restarting the third save file because I want to use a different character. And then I'll put a lot of time into that. But then I'll be like, no, I want to use a different character actually, and then erase it. And I've even gone back to the same characters multiple times doing that. So it's just kind of, I'm kind of wasting my own time, which is kind of funny to me. But it kind of pisses me off, because why am I doing that? I need to like lock in and just like either finish one of the other characters that I have, or just stick to one character. So I think I would need to pick a character that I really like Lotta or something, and do like a Lotta Monster Hunter character, and then that I would actually like stick to. So fair, I love progressing and being strict about characteristics. It just makes so much more sense. It does. Like, that's just what I'll do when I'm bored. I don't feel like doing something specific. Because I guess it really is not so much to play the game, it's just because I would like to design this character in the game and be like, how cool is that? I've thought about doing like a lot of Trumbull Monster Hunter gameplay, but like on stream and stuff, and I'm like, but I already have other characters that I should use instead. Like, I'm not going to just neglect my other characters. The first one is always just me, because I always do that when I play an RPG. The first run is always just like me until I play it, and now I know sort of, I have to understand the world to make a character that would more realistically be in that world, and then that's when I start doing like actual role-played characters. I thought Tombat's name was Tombo, next to my boyfriend's name and mine for our cat. It scares you a little bit. No, it's just Tombat. I would never unconsensually know anything about somebody. I would never seek information about someone if they didn't just tell it to me. I don't seek information about people. I don't even know how I would find that out about you, so that would be pretty bad if I knew that. But like, to that idea where like I don't, like, I mean that when I say I don't try to find information out about people very often, and I feel like it's almost to like a unnecessary degree. Like, even if I am like good friends with someone and I really like them, I feel like I would just come off as trying to pry if I wanted to learn more about someone's like life. So I tend not to be too chatty about like that person specifically. if that makes sense. And I'm sure I'm sure my long-standing social anxiety is at play there, but I don't know. I think I'm worried that I'm just going to choose the wrong person to try to speak to. Like, especially, like, my last job, it wasn't just, like, a small team of people. So I definitely felt more like, I don't know if I want to, like, get chatty with my coworkers for fear that I'm just gonna be annoying just because I want to be friendly and potentially, like, make a connection. I also agree on your take just a few minutes ago. I really like role-playing, and sometimes it's just very satisfying to walk around and just wander with your character. Always looks so alive to me. I like imagining characters and situations. So, in a video game, I can put a character in a situation. So is it any wonder why I enjoy doing it so much, you know? That's why I want to get so much better at art. Like, I would literally create, like, a TV show about my characters just for me. Like, not to get, like, famous or, like, for numbers or anything, but just because I would want to see it, you know? Like, there's a joke to be made about, like, in fake AMVs that you make in your head about characters you like, but I low-key kind of be doing that with my own characters. I just like them a lot. Oh my gosh, this guy's stacked! I can totally see you get into storyboarding and expanding on that, actually. Yeah. I'm sure it comes out when we're talking about this stuff in stream and stuff. I don't think I'm a bigger nerd about anything, like, more than my own characters at this point. Like, my own stuff. Which kind of sounds cringe when I say it, but at the same time, I'm like, that's kind of cool. I like that I like my own stuff. And I'm sure that's partly why, because I made it, so it's made with my own sensibilities. So it does make sense that I would like it that much, but a lot of people just sometimes consider their own work to be cringe, and I just don't want to be like that. If I think something's cringe, I won't make it. And if I make something, I refuse to believe it's cringe, even if the thought would ever come up, I would say, no, I made it. How can it be cringe? Though actually, I feel like, to be fair, if I ever have a negative thought about something of my own like that, it's probably because, going back to what I said about, like, totally wanting to create, like, animated media for my own sake, because of that, I try to write things and characters with the mindset of giving it quality for if it ever was, like, brought to fruition like that. And so sometimes I'm like, how much of this is me, like, indulging like a fan over, like, actually trying to write this, like, I want it to be a good, well-written story. That's like a fight I have to have with myself when I'm writing. It's healthy to cringe sometimes, though, since it means you do acknowledge your growth. It wouldn't be entirely negative, at least. Yeah. Like, I think it's okay to think that something is cringe. but I think it's also okay. Like, something, just because you find something cringe doesn't necessarily mean it definitely is and you should continue to think so. I think just try to have an objective mind even when you're subjective. You can have both. Oh my god. Objectively, you can acknowledge that something could be better, but subjectively, if you still like it, that's fine. Oh my gosh, it's on site? Why is it on site? It's never been on site before. Oh my gosh. Ooh! Why is it on site? Ooh! Why are there so many strong pals today? Okay, that one's gone. Oh! Bert, please. Oh my god! Please, not again. I've already been killed once today. Please don't give me that embarrassment again. Like, I did animation a lot back then, but dropped it since I don't have the time anymore. I would love to animate. I really would. But I feel like I need to be prioritizing others, like developing other skills right now instead of learning an entirely new one. Like, my old animations were cringe as hell, but I'm impressed with 11-year-old me for learning things so early and had applied it to projects for today. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a normal thing. Like, wow, younger me really didn't have like an eye for quality as much as I do now, but that's also a younger version of you, so they really didn't need to or have to. And you know, as creative people, we also have more of an eye for the quality of creative works than people who don't really do creative pursuits. Like, I think about movies differently than people who casually watch movies because I've learned how much I enjoy story writing / telling in the past, like, few years. Good God, this thing is so strong. Everyone is so hurt. Please. This isn't fair. Oh my gosh. You're spamming. This again. How do you get so many shinies? I don't know. This doesn't happen on my other, this hasn't happened on my other palworld character. There's just power in a lot of Trumbull, I guess. I guess she's just inherently lucky. Maybe I really should do like a lot of Trumbull run in like Monster Hunter. Maybe I'll get really good monster material drops that way. I won't have to grind for hours like I normally do to make one piece of equipment. gosh. Oh my gosh, I want to read that so bad, but I have to lock in for a sec. Ooh. Please. I only have so many spheres that will even work. I wasn't prepared for this today. Yes! Oh my god. Finally, I've killed like 2 of these. About time I actually caught one. Anyway, I hate to assume all people are like this, but most film casuals, but they claim themselves as critics. I knew we're so arrogant about productions and judge other forms of art. It's so weird. That is true. Like, I've noticed that a lot as the internet has become so, like, as the internet has sort of become the main thing that people do with their time. That, like, now anyone can make, like, a review or, like, present a criticism. And so a lot of those people have no idea what they're talking about and don't know that they don't have a objective view of things. And it's hard to not have a subjective view of things, but I kind of feel like that's kind of why there's a difference between people who are and are not critics, because to be a critic means that you should have a more objective view of things. So someone who just has an opinion and puts it online, even if they do it a lot, if they still are just entirely subjective, then that's not really a criticism, that's just your opinion. If you want to be a critic, I feel like what makes a critic is understanding what, like, the objective way to look at whatever you're criticizing is. Like, anyone could be a critic, but I feel like there's definitely, that's not something you just do because you decide you want to. I feel like you have to develop that objective view to be a critic properly. And again, not that there's a problem with having a subjective view. You can like something, even if it's not extremely well made. But there's a difference between a well thought out and objective opinion and just the way that you look at something. And to me, that's the difference. Is that a good critic understands the difference between an objective and subjective opinion of whatever you're criticizing. Precisely. And also it's so unforgiving for people beginning art itself in today's time, because everyone's so free to just plain bully a person out of it. Exactly. That's another thing too, like, I feel like it's also become so normalized because it makes for good content for people to go out of their way to critique things that they don't even care about in the first place, or that they don't appreciate, and I think that's a key distinction to make. Like, I think there has grown to be a population that specifically just enjoys the like existence of a critique and like the process more than the like thought that should go into it. There's a big market for just being a hater online. Which is why I'm always impressed when I find people who are like proper critics of stuff. And I hate to use this as an example a lot, because I feel like I have used this as an example multiple times recently, but it's like the best one I can think of to get across. Like, I feel like I can use it to describe what I'm talking about best. I can say, subjectively, that, solo leveling is just not... I wasn't particularly impressed by it. Objectively, it is very popular. And objectively, it is very cool. Its cool factor is cranked up a lot. It looks really cool. The main character is written to be very cool, just like his ability is very cool, where he like summons really cool, I'm using this word on purpose by the way, he summons really cool like ghosts of like the creatures that he's defeated. But I don't think it's I think it can also be a subjective opinion that that's kind of the only thing that it does really well. It doesn't have a interesting story, and the characters aren't particularly engaging outside of aren't his powers cool and isn't he cool? And that's fine. If I was making a critique, I would just say I think the writing isn't particularly strong, but the thing that there is to like about it is really good. So do I think it's a problem that it's popular? No. Do I necessarily think it deserved I always say anime of the year? No. I think there were things that were more generally appealing, but I think that its one trick was good enough that I think that's just what made it so popular. And I'm not hating. I enjoyed watching it, but again, the only things that I enjoyed is what I said, like, oh wow, his summons look really cool. And I was like, oh, that moment with his mom was really sweet. But that's kind of it. That's all that I got out of that. But a lot of other people were like, he's really cool, and that's why this is a show I really like. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's just normal, I think. What's not acceptable is if someone's constantly trying to push their opinion onto you and forcing you to like what they like. This is a constant thing with anime fans. It really is. It's probably because anime used to be niche and then it became mainstream. So now people are so protective of it. Like, to this day, people are very protective of it. And it's like, who cares if I didn't like solo leveling as much as like a bunch of other people? You watch solo leveling for a different reason that you watch the stuff that I like to watch. I like the shows that I like because the characters and story writing is my favorite part. That's why in a show like that, or a lot of other isekai, I'm just not interested, because that's like, more thought is in the premise, or maybe like the power system, than like making unique and engaging characters. And that's again, like, I've had this conversation with, I feel like that's sort of the conversation that needs to be had is for, like, awards like Anime of the Year and stuff, like, should that be a popularity thing, or should it be like or should there be more power in people who look at it from an objective point of view? I don't really care. I hate when that's just how it is, because then it is more of a reason to push this narrative that people who like anime are insufferable. Stupid to even think only their opinion is correct. Yeah. And that's why I don't say that solo leveling is bad. I say that it's just not to my taste. And the reason that I say I don't think that it should have gotten Anime of the Year isn't because it's not what I like. I think that from that objective point of view, it just it does a couple tricks really well, when I think there's other things that are more generally done well. But then it goes back to that other question of, well, does that even matter, or should it really just be that since it was so generally liked, maybe that's why it's the Anime of the Year, because more people liked it. And maybe I'm an elitist for saying that it shouldn't have won just because it wasn't, like, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Because from a like creative standpoint, it just wasn't super impressive, I guess. Maybe that's just my bias. Because at the end of the day, if it's Anime of the Year, maybe it should just be whatever people liked the most. And people did really like Solo Leveling. I feel like I only use Solo Leveling as an example because that is a specific example where two people who are very close to me were very vocal about how good it was and told me that I should watch it. And then I wasn't impressed, and so then I felt the need to defend myself. More power to them if they like it. Anime of the Year stuff is just numbers to rile people up and cause discourse here and there. It's great they're awarding stuff, but if you think about it, yeah, I think there's not really a need for, like, awards. I think I got lost in trying to explain myself and forgot to say that, like, that's kind of the point that I was getting to when I said, like, how do we judge it, like, with public opinion or critical opinion? Maybe we just don't need to do it at all. Maybe we can just acknowledge people liked this, and people really like that. Like, if we just said Solo Leveling was very popular, we could say Frieren was very popular, and just have it that both of those shows were very popular that year. A lot of people liked them that year. Cool. But then it was like Solo Leveling or Frieren at the Anime Awards. And so then people are like me, are like, oh, well, I feel like Frieren should have won. For the reasons I said, I just cannot be bothered to explain it anymore. But like I said, then I felt the need to explain myself to the people that I personally knew that really liked it. Just that because I didn't really like it nearly as much as they did. When it's fine. I really don't care that it wasn't my favorite show. I have other shows that I like, so I don't care. But because we try to put things on pedestals and make, like, award shows about stuff, what the hell is happening here? then I felt the need to explain myself as if someone was gonna be upset with me for having an opinion. People get off to like, oh, my anime is better than your favorite anime. Yeah, it's true. I have to be careful of that because because I have a more because I have more of an eye for like the creative side, like we've already established, like since I look at things with a different perspective now that I like to make things also, I feel like I have to be careful that I don't become judgmental just because I sort of have that different understanding than other people. Because again, at the end of the day, it's made for entertainment. So the quality really doesn't have to matter. This makes me think that it's their entire personality to glaze to just talk about one anime, so it's weird to see because you are allowed to like many things and there's so much to like. Yeah, there is a lot to like. Because people do like Solo Leveling and other isekai because they like the power fantasy, and that's fine. And I like shows like One Piece or Frieren, or like Sakamoto Days or like Full Metal Alchemist, because they have a heavy emphasis on like the bonds and relationships between people, and some of those shows do a very good job of like writing the characters in interesting and engaging ways. In fact, I had the most difficult time that I had with this, like, in just like, don't let my personal preference change the way that I'm like engaging with someone over something, was when I played Elden Ring with DJ, as a matter of fact, because that kind of is our he really likes the power fantasy type of stuff. So when we played Elden Ring, he found a build that was really strong by accident, and he was like, this is really cool, I really enjoy steamrolling some of these bosses. And I was along for the ride like, man, I really wish that we could have struggled in this boss a little more and like had the quote FromSoft experience of like retrying a boss, when that doesn't have to be the experience. He chose a powerful build and he enjoyed that, and so that's good enough. And I agree that that's good enough. There were a couple times where I said to him, like, I really wish that fight took more from us, but then I let it go. Because I know we're playing this for him. Like, he didn't really have an interest in playing by himself, so the whole reason we're playing together is because he wants to play it with someone. But we're still playing it for him, so it's up to him how it gets played. Just because I like not being super strong so that I can struggle more. Like, even now, even though I feel like I could potentially, like, do a no-death run of, like, Elden Ring with some practice. Like, I'd have to practice on some bosses and it would take some multiple attempts, but I feel like it's feasible for me to do that because of how much I played it. But because I have that experience, at times I find myself trying to nerf myself so that I can still have a more challenging experience. Like, I'll try to stay at, like, the recommended, like, summoning levels. Oh my god! Wow. He wrecked me. Like, I'll try to stay at, like, the recommended, like, summoning levels for an area. And I'll maybe, like, set a cap at how much I can upgrade weapons until I reach a certain point. But that's me. That's just because I like the challenge. DJ doesn't care about the challenge. He just enjoyed fighting the bosses with two ginormous, just physically impossible hammers, and that's really cool. I bet the satisfaction when he felt when we beat the Divine Beast Dancing Lion in one try in like 10 seconds was immeasurable. I bet he felt really satisfied in steamrolling the DLC boss. And so after like a minute, I was like, you know what? There's really no need for me to be upset that we didn't have to struggle against the boss, because he enjoyed it. And that's why we're here. If we're engaging with entertainment to be entertained, we don't have to get toxic about people being entertained by the entertainment. I get you on both sides. I love fighting bosses the most in Elden Ring. I enjoy being against Melanie because she's really satisfying to fight. But when I'm in co-op, I love watching my friends have fun. Exactly. And honestly, if I was just watching him do it, I can't promise that I wouldn't feel differently. Like, if it wasn't that I was there with him, I don't know if it would have been, if it's less or worse of a, like, dissatisfaction than the fact that I was also there doing it with him. Who's to say? But yeah, this is... It's a maturity that I've tried to develop. The whole, like, don't take it too seriously. Like, have your more critical eye, but don't let that ruin experiences for yourself or others. It's a slippery slope, and I don't want to fall into that. Let the people enjoy what they'd like to enjoy. And like he would even admit too that like it was kind of ridiculous how strong his build was. So like I never had to be like, dude, this like he was never like, this game is really easy, and I had to be like, well, that's only because of how you're playing. Like there's never confusion. We both understood like I like it this way and you like it that way, but we're playing it together. So either way, it doesn't matter, because someone's enjoying it, regardless of how it's going. Gosh, what am I supposed to do? I didn't realize I'd have to bring a frickin' paraglider with me just to get back over there. I kind of forgot that I used it to get there in the first place. I encourage OP builds somewhat, but only if there's a major learning curve or I feel it's really downing people. I lost count of how much stuff I dropped, but it's awesome to see what people come up with. Yeah. And honestly, that's really fair. Like, when you play Elden Ring and you come to a fight like Melania, I feel like it's after a certain point, it's deserved to be like, here would be an easy way for you to do this. Because that fight kind of does suck, if you think about it. Why does she have 2 full health bars when she can fully heal herself back to max HP in like less than 10 swings. Like, that statement alone should be a red flag of like, maybe this fight's a little too ridiculous. Just because I brute forced my way through it and found my own way using my own methods that I preferred, I can acknowledge that, particularly for a fight like that, looking for an overpowered way to win the fight kind of makes sense. The fight's kind of ridiculous. People like to have the brownie points of like, oh, I beat this boss before they got nerfed. But in a lot of cases, who cares, because the boss should have been nerfed in the first place. Oh my god, I'm about to die again. Like, Promise Consort Radon, my god. His one move, oh my gosh, I'm alive! Oh my god, I'm alive! Like, he had Promise Consort Radon, was maybe a little too strong. Do I take a bit of pride in having beat him before he got nerfed? Yes. But I don't think that that lessens when somebody else beats him now. Because he's still really hard. In fact, there was only one thing that I wanted to change about him, which is the speed of one of his moves. And that got changed. So, if I had beat him after the nerfs and after that got changed, I probably would have still been just as satisfied. The brownie points wouldn't matter. I wouldn't have said, oh, I wish I could have beat it beforehand, because that part of the fight was unfair. So, in fact, I kind of did do that, because I changed the way that I fought because of how much trouble that was giving me. Because instead of just doing like Great Sword, Unga Bunga, learn the dodge, I had to, until he got nerfed, I would use a shield every time I did that fight, which is not something I normally do, because that was the only way that I could realistically deal with it. I highly believe Millennia was made for Sekiro. If I hadn't played Sekiro for my first Souls-like, I think I wouldn't have caught on. That's definitely like, I agree with you on that. Elden Ring was my first, but after I learned about the other games, I was like, yeah, this was definitely made for like Sekiro, not Elden Ring. I understand that we started moving faster after Bloodborne, but this might be a bit too fast. Excuse me. Like, sure, I can clear Millennia in a few tries now, but like, the amount of hours that it took for me to understand how to do that, like, I dodge very precisely to be able to do that, and I can acknowledge that. And like, some people simply aren't built to try to be calculating how to dodge that way. Like, DJ just didn't want to dodge. He didn't want to have to learn the movesets, which is actually part of the reason why he didn't beat it on his own. And why he would rather have just done it co-op. Because it's not on his mind to want to learn the movesets. And I respect the hell out of that. In a boss like Millennia, how do you even learn the moveset? So I get it. I wouldn't want to learn the moveset either. I did. But by God, it took me longer than any other boss to learn the goddamn moveset for Millennia. Because I don't know what they were on when they designed that fight. Probably hard drives. They had a different game in mind or something. That's definitely okay, but as people who enjoy Soulsborns, we're secretly masochists. It's true! As soon as I beat... Like, I beat Elden Ring. I played it through a couple times. Like, I tried New Game Plus. I tried, like, a dexterity build. I played it, like, a couple different new ways that seemed interesting to me. And then I immediately jumped into what I can only describe as, like, the ultimate Souls marathon, where I bought and played all 3 Dark Souls and got every achievement in all of them, except for 3. To this day, I still haven't fully got all the achievements in 3 because it requires me to max out a bunch of covenants, which I simply can't be bothered to do. Maybe I'll do it on stream sometime. But my god, you have to you are grinding regardless to get all of the achievements in that, and I'm just not interested in that. What are you running for? What are you running to? Why aren't you trying to hurt me? Usually if you see me, you want to hurt me, but you don't want to hurt me right now. Should I be concerned? Are you okay? These guys want to hurt me real bad, actually. But I'm just trying to fight the boss and leave. Canon event, it kind of was. Dude, how many ultra powerful Wixens am I gonna find? I hatched a boss from an egg, I found a lucky one, and now here's another freaking boss. Ow, oh my god, I'm gonna die again. Because my good armor is broken right now. Sadly, I haven't played Bloodborne yet, because I don't own a freaking PS4. Okay. Because I don't own a PS4. And I don't know if any of the people that I knew that owned one have kept them. Like, I could ask one of my good buddies or my brother if they still have theirs, but I don't know who does. But I want to play Bloodborne so bad. At this point, I might just wait till they finish making the fan-made like PC port of it, since there's never going to be an official port. That's also why I haven't played Demon Souls, because I don't have a PS5. I feel like I'm not as inclined to play Demon Souls, but I would do it if I could easily. If I had easy access to it, I feel like I would. Because, you know, I love Dark Souls, so I'm at least somewhat interested in seeing what Grandpa Demon Souls was like first. Also, we don't take Dark Souls 2 slander in these parts. I will agree on criticisms. It had a lot of problems, a lot of which from the development side. But there's some blatant slander that I will not accept. If someone comes into my chat and says Dark Souls 2 is a bad game, there will be hands. I got so sick of waiting for the port and bought a PlayStation myself and gifted it to my now ex long ago, which sucks because he took it with him and I wanted to replay it so bad. That would suck. I'd hate that. I mean, who knows, maybe at this point I could probably find a PS4 for not a bad price online, since if I found just like a used one from someone who's not a scalper, I could probably get a decent price now that the PS5 is all the rage. It'd probably be easier just to wait till they make the port. So I'll probably just bide my time. Avoiding spoilers is so difficult. Like, of course, I already know who some of the big bosses are, like the fan favorite bosses. So I just do my best to not know any more than I already do. He cheated on me, but I wanted my PlayStation, bro. Yeah, that's crazy. That really sucks. As much as I'm like, I've never been in a relationship, and it's a goal of, and you know, it's a goal of mine to get married one day, like, I'm satisfied knowing that that also means I've never been in a toxic relationship or one that ended poorly. I don't envy that for sure. But I'm glad that it sounds like you're in a good relationship now. I'd really like to get something that's not a Von Worm from these. Oh my gosh. Huh, which Wixen do I want to put in my party? I wonder. Getting in today's time does suck, considering how we're in a connected time, but a lot of people are alone. Although I got very lucky and met some goofy guy from Helldivers. Yeah, exactly. I think there's still a bit of a stigma against, like, I don't know, just like an online relationship or one that starts from the internet. But, like, it's kind of, whether it's a good thing or not, that's kind of becoming, like, one of the better ways to do it. Like, if you're not going out and doing things, at least you're meeting people online. At least you're having some form of social interaction. And there are people who have found very happy relationships from the internet. I think that's pretty cool. There's just no options anymore. We're losing all of the, like, cool social places. Yeah, definitely. It is funny how the happiest couple I know are people who are in a IRL at one point. Oh no, that's a lowercase r. A long distance relationship at one point. Moved from Korea to Germany for it. Wow. For me, I feel like I just couldn't do long distance. Like, for me, a big part of any, like, relationship that I have with someone is being able to see them. Like, my strongest relationships are always the people that I still get to see on a regular basis. Like, I don't mean this in a weird way, but I would like to be able to touch you. I would like to be able to, like, be in your presence. And not just see, like, text or like a flat like image of you on the screen. It's like shake hands, or like I'll like pat you on the shoulder if something's really funny, you know? Like, I feel like even for really strong bonds and like relationships that I've had, it just kind of felt different for me personally. Like when I don't see the person in person anymore. Which I think is partly why I've sort of become more extroverted as I've gotten older. Because, like, school did a great job of making me not want to be around people, but now I'm not around people, and so I really like being around people. I just wish we still had more, like, social gathering locales. Why did I put that away? Like, people don't really go to the mall anymore. We don't have, like... And, like, even other places where you might be able to, like, meet people are, like, expensive. Like, it'd be cool to go to, like, the gym more often so that I can work out and socialize. But a lot of people at the gym don't want to socialize anyway, and I can't afford to have a gym membership. You have to pay to have a membership for, like, the YMCA. And even if you don't, even to just go there for, like, one time my brother came home from being at college a few years ago, like a year or two. I think it was literally like 2 years ago, actually, not a year. But he said, "You want to go lift with me?" And I never really used to, just because I didn't have an interest in it. When I like had other stuff going on, like I was at school all the time, I didn't really have an inclination. Get out of my treasure room. I didn't have the inclination to go lift, because I didn't really care about getting in shape like I do nowadays. But I finally agree, because it's cool to hang out with him now since he's back home, and I think lifting is cool. But for just like a day at the YMCA, it was like $20 or something. And then I was there with my roommate at the time, and so to pay for him too, it was like $40 just to go lift with my brother and my friend. That's crazy. For one day. For like a little more than an hour. That's how much it cost me. Yeah. It was like a noticeably large amount of money for just like spending like an hour and a half or 2 hours at the gym. So I've just never bothered to eat. I've never even considered going back to a gym or like anywhere else, because it's probably going to cost me an arm and a leg, at least for what is affordable to me currently. I have bills to pay. I can't go lift weights for leisure, and that sucks. So I improvise at home. And then again, it goes back to what I said, where I feel like people are just less inclined to be social even when they're out of the house. People don't want to leave. They're out for an errand, and by God, if they're bothered, it's gonna be an issue. So even if I even if I didn't like go to the gym, I feel like I wouldn't be inclined to talk to someone, even if it was someone that like we like regularly are at the gym at the same time. Just like, oh well, what if they get like annoyed if I try to talk to them because they're just here to lift? I don't want to be that guy, so I just don't. And this is really funny, actually. Somehow, both times that I started to, like, I did, like, start having conversations with and, like, start making friends with my coworkers at my last job, both times they ended up, like, leaving for some reason. Like, the first, she just didn't like the job, and that's fair. After a while, I didn't either. But with the other guy, like, we started, like, talking, and he was a cool guy, but then they, like, relocated him somewhere. Because we were both at that place, like, through contract from, like, a hiring company. We weren't directly hired. So the hiring company put him somewhere else. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. What luck. I guess it didn't matter. Maybe it was God's way of saying, you're not going to be here long anyway, so don't get attached. That is crazy circumstances, right? Like, what a nasty coincidence. But like I said, I wasn't there much longer anyway, so it didn't matter. So maybe it was for the best. Just an interesting thing. I should really be training ground types so that I can fight the boss. I need Buggernut to be back here. Big Bert's going in the box for a bit. I don't know if I need to be level 40 to fight the boss. I should probably train some other pals and not have ones that will be weak to an electric dragon type, which also includes you. What do I keep hearing thuds for? Is someone like going to bed? I think someone like a big guy laid down. Divine intervention. It genuinely felt like that when I look back on it. Don't really want dark or water. That's what I don't want. Don't really want ice though, because they're all weak to literally everything else in the area. Oh wait, can I cancel? Did the saddle already get made? Can I cancel it? Oh my gosh, stop right now. Oh my gosh, stop! I'll make it later. But I'm not gonna be using him right now. Good God. I will saddle Reptyro. Because Reptyro is pretty sick. This one you can develop. Feel free to develop this one. I just need to get back into social situations I need IRL friends. Sheer panic that coursed through me, bro. That was really close. I'm glad that I thought to cancel that as quickly as I did. The thought dawned on me like, oh, I'm not really gonna be using... I guess I won't be using, Null. Because he's not gonna be helpful for the boss fight. And I was like, wait a second. It's okay, I have all my materials back. I really just didn't want to lose the leather, because that's the hardest thing to maintain, I feel like. That's why I buy it every time I see a merchant. Because it's something I can't just simply farm constantly. This one's a bit of a reach for the name scheme, but I already have an idea. I just need the adjective. Shoot. I think it'd be great to have friends in person. I wish I had the battery for it. I'd just be hating social interaction in person, but you have so much online. It is easier, I feel like. Because usually when you do it online, you're probably doing something else. Like I'm playing a video game right now. I feel like that's easier for me to just chat with y'all than if I went on like a TikTok live and just stared at the camera. That's not too difficult, depending on how many people you have in your lives. That's what some of the other people in the circle that I've joined in like Discord and stuff. Like Joe and Dante, who are here sometimes, they'll go on like TikTok and just chat to the people. But there's enough people that they're constantly like reading people's comments and responding to them. But I definitely like having something to do with my hands, even if it's like an IRL, like meetup. But I feel like that's something that's like a modern thing. Like I feel like that's something I'd like to change. Like the idea of just like if you're just like hanging out with your friends, and you just like go just like sit out somewhere. Just like hang out. You don't have to talk or anything. You just find a good spot to just like chill. You could talk. But I am building being comfortable in silence. True, in LARP I made my roleplay character mute because I hate talking. Oh my gosh. That's pretty fun. That's really clever. That's really good. I don't know if I'm at that level of just like anti-socialism. I don't know if that was the right word, but you know what I mean. But honestly, like high school, I probably would have been there. Middle school even. From like 7th to 10th grade, I probably would have done the same if I thought of it. I tried D&D once in high school, because I had a couple friends that were gonna do the campaign. We did like one session, and then I was glad that we never did again, because I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm scared. and I don't want to not know what I'm doing while I'm playing this game with people. But now I feel like I'd love to do like a D&D campaign, since I'm so into like the character making and role playing, and I've gotten more comfortable like playing a character in front of other people for like voicing characters in games and stuff. Though I haven't really done that in video games, like on stream. I've only really done it in like Silksong, but I haven't posted any of that footage yet. I still haven't taken the time to learn to edit that footage, so no one knows it exists because it's just sitting in my PC. I have tens of hours of Silksong in my PC that no one has seen yet. And it's been months since I beat the game. It's been multiple months since I beat the game and no one has even knows. Because I need to edit it so that I can post it. I was supposed to do videos before streaming, but streaming doesn't require me to learn a skill, so I started streaming first. Okay, I gotta come up with a freaking name. What's an adjective that starts with CH? Besides chill, because chill I feel like wouldn't work here. You know what? No, I'm just not gonna use that scheme. I like this. This is the charcoal champion. It's got the same energy. Release it. Also, I am antisocial. It makes me so uncomfortable. D&D scared me too, for real, but it's amazing. Tabletop is great, though. I also like D&D campaigns played online through dedicated sites. That would be fun, too. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Like, I don't think I know enough people to do, like, a proper campaign IRL anyway. How many people are near me that would do that? My roommate, our friend who lives like 10 minutes away, and then another friend who lives like 30. Those are the closest people to me that would probably do D&D. So that probably wouldn't even last very long. Especially in the history that some of us have in trying to do campaigns. I've only started like 2 or 3 campaigns in my life with friends, and none of them lasted more than 1 session. So I would definitely love to finally like play a whole session one day. Even if like everyone died, it would just have been fun to get to that point instead of having like an introduction and nothing else. I feel like I'd be much better at making an interesting character now. Though, if we're being honest, we all know I would just translate an OC into, like, D&D, which would still be fun. I have a feeling you'd be a vile DM. If I could learn, I would have a lot of fun being the DM. Like, if I had the time to, like, learn DMing, I would absolutely do that in a heartbeat. I would love to torture the players, but make it really fun. I'm gonna explore out here a bit, just because this is an area of the map I haven't been through. And there's some stuff that I want to catch out here that I know of. I'm gonna grab that now before I forget, because I will forget. If I go in the cave first, I will forget that this effigy is here. Ugh. I thought you didn't want to be in water. No shame here, my D&D OCs are recycled existing OCs from like Skyrim, Fallout, and Dark Souls. That's cool though. I like the idea of characters having like it's like multiverses feel so overdone, because they definitely are at this point, But I still enjoy that. I like the idea of like a multiverse of a character from like different games. It's a bit different from like, here's a comic book character and just that's that comic book character with like 50 different twists. Like small twists a lot of the time. And I still think that can be fun. But to make it unique nowadays, you have to get particularly creative. Which I think that's why there hasn't been a lot of impressive or engaging multiverses lately. And if you like a character enough, you just want to see them in a bunch of different situations. So why not make them like a character in a video game, or as like your D&D character? Or if it's possible, like in like a LARPing scenario. Captress? Exactly, I really like when characters are dumb but are extremely lucky. That is really fun. Because you know that they're gonna get themselves in trouble, so now you have to... but then a good writer will keep you guessing as to how are they actually going to make it through okay. And that's really fun. Like, what Looney Tunes shenanigans are we gonna get to make it out of this okay, unscathed? And that would be like a fun D&D character. Like, imagine if you could even get like your DM on that. Like, if they know that you're really lucky, they can set up those scenarios for you and be involved in the luck that gets you out of those scenarios. Like, they can plan for, like, if they roll right, this could happen to get them out of this by chance. I think what sucks sometimes about D&D is that it's not as fun if it's only really fun if everyone is like really into it. Like if there's people who just aren't good at role playing or just aren't as engaged, I feel like it's sort of you lose the joy of it. Because the fun does come from like the role playing. Like, I feel like people aren't playing D&D because they just want to have someone explain what they're doing. Like, if I'm playing D&D, it's not because I just want to have someone explain to me that I'm doing something cool and, like, imagine that I'm doing something cool. It's probably because I want to hang out with a group of friends who like playing characters together. And also, like, while also pretending that we're doing interesting things. True, but we know all DMs are very evil. All the best ones are. It's the truth, yes. My boyfriend's LARP group are the ones we play D&D with in general. It's absolutely fun to act. Yeah. Like, I probably never really enjoyed the D&D stuff before because we were all just very awkward people in high school. And most of the time there was only one or two people in the groups that I even knew very well and was that comfortable with. So I would just make a character who's very, like, antisocial and wouldn't speak very much. Like, one time, I think I made a character that was like a part, I don't remember all the terms and stuff, but he was like a dragonkin, like, warrior or something. And one time we tried Starfinder, so I just made like a mercenary who I imagine just looked like a Mandalorian from Star Wars, who was very antisocial by design. But now I feel like even if I did those again, they would be a lot more interesting, and I wouldn't be so like, let me just play a character that is probably not going to talk to anybody, because that's lame. I bet there's ways you could make that funny, but I definitely didn't know them at the time. That's probably not the characters I'd make nowadays anyway. Not that I don't like those kinds of characters. I think if it's just casual, I'll mostly lead to like funny ha-has here and there than ridiculous scenarios. At least that was what happened when I had a session with, and I hate to use this word, normies. I think casual's the way to go. I treat it like any other game. Like, if you're taking it seriously, I feel like you're losing the fun because you're thinking too much. My god. Are you gonna blow up too? Yeah. Oh my gosh, you trapped me, you little freak. How dare you? I think if you're thinking, I think thinking too much about anything makes you worse at it. Like, I found in my own life experience, like, I'm definitely enjoying myself less and not being as, like, outspoken when I'm purposely trying to, like, be funny or interesting in the group. Because if I'm thinking about it, then I'm not thinking as much about what everyone else is saying. And if I'm not thinking as much about what everyone else is saying, how am I going to respond in the first place, let alone in a way that makes them want to further engage in the conversation? So, like, I try not to be in my own head in social situations, because I feel like it just makes me worse at those situations. And like, there's times where I say things that people do find are funny, and I don't, and it's not when I'm like, boy, I should say something really funny because someone else was funny, and so I want to be funny so that people sound like they like me just as much as they sound like they like this other person who says something funny. And that just sounds like a headache to be thinking that way. Totally, we had this one DM that was a total douche to everyone, wouldn't let us do certain actions for fun, and always went like, you can't do that? That's the entire purpose of the game! What do you mean you can't do that? Oh my gosh. If you're a good DM, you're making NPCs and scenarios with contingencies so that they can do the dumb stuff. I've never been a DM, but I feel like that's not a controversial thing to say. We're playing to... This is... I don't think anything has more roleplay freedom. No game has more roleplay freedom than D&D. Because in a game, even if you have choices, those choices still have like a track that you have to follow. In D&D, it is entirely up to the people engaged in it to decide what happens. You're just describing a DM who would do much better making a video game than a D&D campaign. Like, if they at least have the creative energy to DM a campaign, maybe they could also make use of, like, game development somehow. Do that instead. Because, yeah, that is really lame and dumb. Like, that's already like a lost cause of a D&D campaign, I feel like. I'm saying, and he kept trying to flirt with me and my friend when our boyfriends were right there. But he was disposed of, thank God. He had a good premise, which is why he was DM, but it was AI generated? Never mind, don't get into games. You don't have the spark, bro. You do not have the spark. Don't even bother. My God. I try not to be mean about people who use AI, especially if they're just doing it for casually. Like, I have a very different emotions when a company with a lot of money uses AI instead of hiring someone than someone who's just like trying to do like a small thing on the internet. Like if they have like a small business or something and they don't feel like they can pay like a artist or digital artist enough. But if you're just trying to be creative like that, you've already like you don't, there's no spark if you're using AI. So especially for something like D&D, it's already a lost cause. Like, my God. I can't believe that. That's maybe one of the most outrageous things I've heard tonight. An AI-generated D&D campaign. My God. I've heard of, like, DMs trying to flirt with the girls of the campaign, too. That's so cringe. My God. That makes me cringe so hard. Like, being the DM is not going to help you in that aspect. It doesn't make you as cool as you think it is if you think that it's giving you the ability to successfully flirt with the people in your campaign. Because then, you know, they're definitely gonna, like, treat different players differently if they have ulterior motives for, like, all the girl players in the party. That's so I hate that so much. I'm actually, like, cringing. Ugh. Using AI for your own game, though, oh my God, it's ridiculous. You had it memorized, apparently? That doesn't matter. I can remember what a dead animal on the side of the road looks like. I mean, I live in Pennsylvania, I see it all the time. But that doesn't add to the quality of it. That doesn't make it not like a decaying animal that was unfortunately struck by a motor vehicle. Going at speeds that no living creature is capable of.
Excuse me.
I actually have an example of like my slightly differing opinions on the use of AI. Chat, is this real? No one would believe me if I wasn't streaming, would they? Like, if I was not live right now, no one would believe that this happened, that this is happening. AI could not come up with this. I see this and I don't believe it. I swear, bro, like, I don't know. I have such selective luck, like, it's only in specific scenarios. Like, I feel like I'm very lucky in Mario Party, but then when I need to grind in an RPG, it takes 1,000 years to get the one thing that I'm looking for, regardless of how common it is to find. In Pokemon, I have better luck finding shinies by chance than I do, like, when I'm actually hunting for them. And now, in palworld, they're just handed to me on a silver platter every time I need to go live more often, because every time I do, I find another lucky pal. This doesn't happen when I'm not live, by the way. It's only when I'm live. Maybe OBS is, like, messing with my game. This is dumb. How? This is Redemption, actually, because this is not the first Cinemoth that I found, and I can't remember if I caught the other one or not. That might have been one of the failed attempts. Because I'm pretty sure that on stream, one of the lucky ones that I tried to catch accidentally got killed before I caught it. So this is a second chance for me. Oh. I wish I could get shiny Pokemon this easily. Because as cool as it is to find them in this game, I do... No! I can't believe this. Is this the price that I have to pay? Is this what I get? Was I getting too big for my britches? My God. What an interesting night. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. I have to check now. Did I get the other Cinemoth? I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh my gosh, I did. At least I have one. And it has Ignis Rage, which is so funny. That's so funny to me. That it could just like summon just like geysers of fire. Anyway, as I was saying, I do wish that there was more of a difference other than it's just large and has a special thing. Like, I think, like, I wouldn't really care as much about Pokemon shinies if they weren't also a different color. But that's kind of like the whole draw to me. So I wish that there was more of a difference in this too. Like maybe they didn't want to go for like a different color just so they could avoid like copying a little too closely. But I mean, I don't know. It was just a really cool mechanic. And there's some shinies that are genuinely better looking than the original. Actually, there were some shinies that were just outright terrible. And that even if I really liked the Pokemon, I just didn't care about the shiny. I need that in real life. What, like the shiny Pokemon, or I don't know.
I'm not sure what we're talking about.
This is what I get for like talking as quickly as I do, is I mention a bunch of different things. And then when you like respond to something that I said, I'm not sure which thing you're responding to because I've said too many things. I have to like figure out which one that you're responding to. Live is late because your phone died. YouTube just be doing that. Like, people say that a lot, that they're like behind. I think YouTube just, for some reason, like, it just does that regularly. Because on Twitch, it always leaves you current, so even if you like stutter or you lose your internet or your phone or whatever you're using dies, when you come back, you're exactly where the stream is at. But on YouTube, since you can like pause and scroll, you could just end up being behind. And that's really annoying. And it happens a lot. But I feel like it would be annoying if I constantly tried to remind chat, like, you might be behind. Because it also sounds like I'm like, don't you want to be caught up? You want to talk to me, right? So you should make sure that you're caught up. I don't know, it just feels weird. Saying like YouTube stuff feels weird. Like I'm not the kind to be like, make sure you like and subscribe, even though like realistically you should, because YouTube likes it when you do that. And apparently it helps when you say that. Maybe people just need to be reminded, but I don't know. I don't think that happens since it's updated for me. It's only sometimes I forget to press the gray button that says live, that says I'm not on the current time. I don't know. It's just a recurring issue, so I'm not entirely sure why it happens so often. Like it happens for like everyone to some degree. So I was wondering if it's a YouTube problem or if it's I don't know. You know what? Now that we're talking about shinies though, how come Pokemon doesn't do more shiny merch? Like, not that every single piece of Pokemon merch needs to also have like shiny variants, but like you don't even really hear about it. Like it sounds like it's just not really a thing at all. I'm sure there are some examples, but not enough that you hear about them. When that feels like such a, yeah, where are my actual shinies in real life? Give me a chance to get a shiny if I buy like a Pokemon plush, or let me buy like a limited edition like shiny version of a Pokemon plush or something. I don't know. You don't even have to jack up the price. If you just put a limited edition, people will buy more than they would otherwise. Some people will. Because they'll buy immediately instead of putting it off. And there's some really cool shinies. Like, there's disappointing shinies. Oh my gosh, this was a mistake. Like Pokemon Scarlet. What the frick is happening? Pokemon Scarlet. I can't even get down. You can't jump off. Since you can't jump, you cannot remove yourself from whatever you're crawling on when you're out of stamina. Oh my gosh, please. I could have just walked. There's really cool Pokemon with really awful shinies like Gengar. There's Pokemon that just have bad shinies like most of the Scarlet and Violet roster. But then some shinies are like cooler than the actual Pokemon, or like just as cool as the normal Pokemon. Unfortunately, Garchomp, which is in my top 3, is one of the ones with a really disappointing shiny. Like, you wouldn't even know if you just saw, like, it's just not enough for you to even notice without, like, an explicit indicator.
Oh my god, so efficient.
But, like, Gardevoir has a really cool shiny. I think that's a pretty popular one in general. What else? I'm trying to think of shinies off the top of my head. Pretty much any Pokemon that just turns black when it's a shiny is immediately cooler. Like, isn't Charizard black when it's a shiny? Like, that's really sick. Red Gyarados is like a legendary. Like, everybody knows Red Gyarados. Don't talk to me about Gengar, I love him. But the PS5X's other friend who was trying to pursue me after I got dumped figured out I love Gengar and bought so much merch of him to brag. Why are people so weird? Like, is it weird to say that I feel like it's just weird to me how often people like pursue relationships? Like, not even just when it's like ill-timed or like clearly you shouldn't even bother pursuing this person in particular, but like the methods that people go to, like just buying a bunch of like Gengar merch like you said, or just like some people, I feel like they can only pursue, and there's not even a hint of in their mind of just like, why don't I just not even think about, let me just like be social and try to make friends with a lot of people and maybe I'll click with somebody. Like, I know that that's not a common thing. That's kind of how I sort of, like I said, I've never been in a relationship, so I can't speak from experience, but I can't really imagine myself like pursuing. I feel like it will only ever happen by like I'm in like social situations enough and I'm making a lot of friends and maybe I hit it off with a particular person to the point that we like decide maybe it's worth like pursuing like dating or something.
It's very weird, yes, but mostly guys like that. Definitely mostly guys, I noticed, do not have any history of interacting with women or at all. Like, okay, I should sympathize, but I don't know, so doesn't make it less weird.
It definitely doesn't. Like, how could you have been raised? Like, I hear about guys doing things, and all I can think is, how could you possibly have been raised to think that this is the way to go about this? I picked the wrong location. Oh my god. It is interesting to me because it almost like I hear I think I started hearing more like odd stories about women now that like it's become more normalized for women to also pursue guys, but it's still like heavily skewed towards guys being the ones that are weird predominantly. So I don't know who's teaching these guys to be weird. Like, there's still not much of a comparison. I feel like people are just losing common human decency. Which is truly unfortunate. You would think that would be like a necessary part of anyone's existence. Is human decency and proper respect for your fellow man. Your fellow human.
I don't know, I think just general loneliness and mistaking kindness for interest.
Yes! That's exactly what it is. That's definitely what I so agree with you. Which is still a problem even in workplaces for women. Yes, absolutely. And, like... This is so, like... I still feel like this isn't, like, a super common opinion, but... I definitely blame, like, porn for that kind of thing. Like, I'm heavily of the mind that it's just not good for you at all. And there's really no need for it to be, like, we don't need it. People don't need that. I don't think it's good for you. I think it's very explicitly bad for you. And that's a big part of why. Like, that's a very well-known, explicit thing that it causes to happen. Where guys in particular, they're watching stuff where, you know, like, there's just any setup under the sun. If there's any sort of sense, you could probably find any scenario, if you're looking at that kind of thing, then that means you could associate any scenario with that, you know? And I think that since it's become so common that guys just do that, like guys engage with that kind of stuff, that's why it's so common for guys to just take anything as like interest. Because especially if you engage with that kind of thing a lot, it'll just like change your brain.
I most definitely blame that. It sucks. It desensitizes everyone to true intimacy, and addiction makes it worse to have connection with a girl you're supposed to love. I keep hearing about problems with my friends. Yeah.
And I will be totally honest because it's something that I'm trying to be better at. That's something that I have to deal with. Like that is it's something that I gauge in simply because it's an addiction. I don't like as I just said, I don't like it at all. But I found myself being introduced to it and it just sort of became a problem. And I don't like it, but I genuinely think it's an addiction, and it's one that I work very hard to break, but it's very difficult to break. Like I can do well for a while, but then once you fall back into it, it's hard to not continue to just stay in it for a while. So like I get it. I get why it's hard for a lot of guys. I've been there and I am there. But like some guys don't even recognize the problems. Like I recognize that it's a problem, and so I constantly seek to overcome that. But there's a lot of guys who refuse to even take that step. And part of the reason why I take it so seriously is because like I would like to be in a healthy relationship one day, and that's definitely not something that you should have if you want to have a healthy relationship. It's especially weird to me when people still watch that when they're in a relationship. I hear about people doing, like, couples who do that together, and I'm like, really? That's so strange. Like, I feel like if you do that, it's just because you did that before you were in a relationship anyway. And you became heavily dependent on it before your relationship. So now that you're both in a relationship, you're like, whoa, we could just keep doing it anyway. Like, that's so strange. And I definitely don't want to be like that. That's actually kind of part of the reason why I have so much trouble sleeping. Like, it's the easiest way for me to de-stress. And I think it's part of the reason why a lot of things I simply don't get de-stressed by doing as easily anymore. Like, that's why I'm pretty confident in saying that it's an addiction, because I have, like, I noticed that I at least notice that I'm much more stressed than I ever think I used to be. Like, I'll reach points of stress that I can physically feel, like in ways that I can't really remember ever feeling, and nothing really helps, which is usually when I would fall into doing that, because I'm like, nothing else is helping, and so I probably just need to do that if I want to not be stressed out right now. And that's kind of like, which is why it's been a hard habit for me to break, because if I want to sleep well, sometimes it seems like that's my only option. Besides just like popping as much melatonin as I can and just praying that I can fall asleep. But it sucks. I get it. But you gotta get over it eventually. And honestly, right now, that's why I don't really care that my sleep is really bad. Because if I at least have the excuse that I'm just avoiding doing something that I would rather not do, even if it means I'm not sleeping very good right now, if I can break the habit by staying up later, I'll do that. Like, I'd much rather stream late at night like this than do that just so I can go to bed a bit easier. I feel like people need to be more open about that. Like, I've already started telling people about that, like that's a problem that I have. so I'm not super like uncomfortable sharing it like openly, but it wasn't always something that I would just readily do. Like it used to be that I would always just say, well, I'll tell people that it was a problem after I fix the problem. But I kind of realized that being open about the problem will help me solve the problem. I think that it has helped. It's not anything gross. It's a topic about the harm it does to the mind. It's only people who are usually hypocrites who will judge. I agree with that. Like, if someone knows that something that they're doing is a problem, and they're trying to do something about the problem, I could never judge them for that. Like, if I ever met like an alcoholic, but they said like, yeah, I have like a drinking problem and it's been something I'm trying to work on. It's like, okay. It's not like I can be upset with you for drinking. Now, if you constantly got like blackout drunk, and it's like very clearly having negative effects on you, and if someone confronts you about that, and you have nothing to say, and all you're doing is defending yourself, now we have an issue. Watching open a relationship is a hard ick for me. It's probably such a terrible feeling because my girlfriends do cry about their boyfriends getting it out to random girls. Like, holy, that's sad. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you don't even know this person. So, like, can you truly have the confidence that they wouldn't do it with someone they met in public? Like, if they went out drinking without you, how can you not have even the slightest suspicion that they would do that? Like, I feel like it wouldn't be unreasonable to say that that's a possibility at that point. If you're in a relationship, I feel like the whole point, like I feel like we've lost the exclusivity of like a lot of things in like relationships. Like, being in a relationship doesn't really mean as much anymore. I feel like marriage doesn't mean as much anymore, because people treat like relationships are kind of just what marriage kind of is, or like was. I don't think that's a problem with everything. Like, especially with like living together, like that's just a kind of a economical requirement at this point, that you live with other people. If you don't live, like, whether it's your parents or like roommates, close friends, whatever, I feel like everyone lives with people, so it's not unusual to me to live with like someone you're in a serious relationship with. But I definitely feel like people don't treat relationships as sacred as like relationships used to be. Husbands online are so open about hating their wives. Like, what did you even get married for? Yes! Like, there's one thing to sort of joke about, like, the little, like, gripes you have about each other, like, little things that maybe you're, like, working to fix for the other person, or that you wish was, like, maybe a little different about your partner. But, like, my God, some people do truly seem like they just don't want to be married, but they're just sticking to it for why? Like, I'm not the kind of person to just be like, oh, things aren't like you're in a, I don't agree with like you're in a rough patch, so you should get divorced, because I think a big, like, if you are married, if you made that full commitment of like being fully married, I feel like you signed up for there being hard times, so at least try to work through those before you go to divorce. But there's definitely situations where I'm like, you should get divorced because you're not even married. Like, you're only married in words. You're not married in like the way that you live. And that's all that marriage. I feel like that's what marriage is. Marriage is with the papers. Marriage is like, it's the vows. It's the choice to like choose this person to be like your number one life partner. Like, when I talk about marriage, I'm not talking about like signing documents and stuff, because then people say they don't have an interest in it because of that, like the legal stuff. But it doesn't have to be the legal stuff. Marriage wasn't always like papers. And that to me, that's what, when I say that marriage is a goal, I'm talking about that. I'm not talking about legal documents. I'm talking about like a committed relationship to someone for like the rest of our lives.
So dating someone you just met a week ago is weird. I hate to judge, but I really prefer knowing someone and being close before a moment hits.
Yes, that was what I was saying earlier. Like, I'm social and I'm making friends, and maybe there's someone that I hit it off with enough that eventually we're like, hey, maybe there's something more to this if we wanted there to be. But we have like Disney movies, which I feel like were the most like mainstream and like widely accepted things that had spontaneous relationships, and then like speed dating started and like hookups, and I feel like it all just sort of fell apart from there. But yeah, like, you could have a healthy and long-lasting relationship fairly spontaneously, but you don't know, but that's even less that you know about them if it's a spontaneous relationship. Like, you don't know them if you've only known them like a couple days. So I feel like your chances are very low that it's actually going to be a healthy and sustained relationship. Why is everyone in a rush? I understand that I'd like to be in a relationship right now, but I also understand that, like, it takes time. I need to meet more people first, and maybe I should be in a better, maybe my life should be in a better situation before I even begin to do that also. Maybe I should not be unemployed. Not that I'm trying to be unemployed, but maybe I should have enough money. Maybe I should have more money so that I can, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I should be better off in life. I feel like some people also, that's a problem, is I feel like they start relationships when they're not ready in their life, like emotionally or in just life situation. And that just adds unnecessary strain. Like, it's a sign of a good relationship if you can make it work even in difficult scenarios. But if there's a party in a difficult scenario, that's not when you pursue the relationship. Like, it shows a good relationship when someone becomes in a bad situation, not necessarily when you get in a relationship despite someone's current bad situation when you start your relationship.
easier doesn't mean better. But don't be lazy about letting things be bad. True, it's not like everyone is ready to commit, yeah. If you're not ready to commit, then what's the point? I know that open relationships can be a bit of a touchy subject, but my humble opinion is that I thought in like the exclusivity was kind of one of the main points. Like when it's open, if you have an open relationship, like the only real reason I think that's odd is like, why is it considered marriage then? Like, just don't be married. Why are you saying that you're married if it's an open relationship? You're free to do whatever you want with another person. You know, the whole consenting adults thing. But why still call it marriage if it's not exclusive? It's your choice to not be exclusive, but why be married if it's not? I just think that's just odd. The logic isn't there in my, like, I can't see the logic personally. That's all. I believe that God gives everyone the freedom to live as they'd like. Whether it's good or bad, it is up to you. God didn't make people so that he could control every action that they make. Whether he likes the choice or not, you are welcome to make it. It's your life. But for something like that, the logic just isn't there in my brain. Monogamy is so gross oh my god, I need to restart. Monogamy is so gross to poly people, and they love pushing their agenda on people. At least those who I knew were poly. And eventually broke up due to their jealousy. Like, y'all put this on yourself. Yeah. That's also, like, you hear about that a lot. It seems like there's a bit of a correlation with open relationships and jealousy. So I don't think it makes sense. I don't think it should be illegal. I think you should still be allowed to choose that if that's what you want. That's my philosophy with most things. Like, you should have, whether I agree with what you're doing or not, you should have the freedom to do it, within reason, of course. But I feel like people take it way too seriously when you don't agree with something. Like, if you don't agree with them on everything, they're being attacked somehow. Like, no, I'm not saying you shouldn't be allowed to do what you're doing, I just don't see the sense personally. I'm not going to stop you. What right do I have to stop you? But, I don't know, I just find it odd. I find it weird. It doesn't make sense to me. But I think that freedom of choice is very important. It's a difference between like forcing someone not to do something, just saying like, you probably shouldn't do that, but you know, it's their choice at the end of the day. Is there even a point to this? I can't even like make new stuff with this. Not yet anyway, I haven't unlocked anything. That's more like it. Pangolin missile. Do I have Pangolin missile yet? I kind of want to get the Pangolin missile. I think I have the Pangolin missile. It's so fun. Live streaming is such an unusual thing. Doing this on the internet is so fun because I get to have conversations like that while playing palworld. While thinking, can I shoot a penguin out of a bazooka yet? Yes or no? That's very fun to me. What an unusual life we get to live in the Big 26. What a fun life we get to live. I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back. I went 3.5 hours without needing a piss break. I'm back. The joy of technology, yes, that's it. I love technology. It's just unfortunate that it's so addicting. I can admit that we're getting to an unhealthy degree, but I still like the benefits that it has for us. You sounded like a constipated old man for a second. Oh no. I'm an old soul. I refuse to, like, be old and crotchety when I get older, you know? Like, if I ever lose my whimsy, like, just consider me dead already. And, like, I am going to try as hard as humanly possible to stay in good bodily condition as long as possible. Like, I do not want to be like, I don't want to have aching joints by the time that I'm 60. My French teacher is probably like, that I had in high school, he's probably like older than my grandparents, but he still skis regularly. I want to be like that. He doesn't walk like he has leg problems. That's what I want to be like. I want to be as spry as I could possibly be for as long as possible. What a jolly old guy. Yeah, I want that to be me. I want to be the jolly old man. I don't want to just be an old geezer who's complaining about the youth of the day. No, that's lame and cringe. And you used to be a youth of the day that the old people complained about. So what are you complaining about?
the people that you're complaining about are going to grow to be the people complaining about the youth of the day when they're old. Why don't we just stop complaining about the youth of the day, unless it's a common youthful activity to cause harm to other people? I refuse to be old man yells at clouds. I don't want to be there. I like being happy. I don't want to be angry and then use the excuse that I'm old to be angry. I understand why people find it so enjoyable to not be happy. Like, how did that become a regular thing? Because it's definitely a thing. People like being upset, and especially being upset online.
I wonder about words that have the possibility to still be relevant in the future, like cringe, red pilled, or Oramax, to tell grandkids about the vitamin. Yes! Let me explain to my grandchildren why Five Nights at Freddy's was the best thing that like a 13-year-old could ever experience back in my day. Let me explain to my grandkids that like pretty much the entire time that I was from like 10 to 19, why Five Nights at Freddy's was one of the greatest things I'd ever experienced. They deserve to know, damn it. My grandparents don't talk to me about stuff like that. My grandparents just want to know about me. And that's really sweet, and I feel really loved because of that, but I don't know, I feel like our relationship would be better if they also wanted to talk about themselves and their lives, you know? There's gotta be something to talk about. You were alive during, like, World War II. Tell me about that. As a kid, that wouldn't have been interesting, but now that I'm older, that definitely sounds interesting. What was life like for you back then? I want to know. I think I just care more about my relationships with people now that I'm older. 13 years old today, only have brain rot. I actually feel so bad for the current media this generation has. Like, how do you feel nostalgic about crap like Tung Tung Sahur? Yeah. And I know that people make the argument like we had our own brain rot, and we kind of did. But, like, my concern is that they don't have something... I feel like there's not much that's besides the brain rot for kids to latch onto. Like, we're in the internet era where everything has to be, like, fast-paced and easily recreatable. We just have to be able to push out as much of anything as possible. Like, nowadays, like, I like watching YouTube videos where people talk about, like, the shows that I watched when I was a kid. And explaining, like... Now that we're adults, now we appreciate this stuff more, like the characters, moments, and like a show, or like how deep this like moment in a show was that we never really understood until we were older. Kids don't really have something to do with that right now. It's all the brain rot stuff, and that's why I think it's a problem, because we've all had brain rot, but they don't have anything to counteract the brain rot right now. Our brain rot were Vines, MLG, memes, and the prominent use of 420 without knowing what it means in, like, lead speak. Yeah, we had that, but we also had, like, cool TV shows and movies that meant something and that could be inspirational, but children don't really have that right now. I said memes instead of memes. Where was that? Without knowing what it even... Oh, I don't even think I realized that. I think my brain autocorrected. I would not have known unless you pointed it out just now. But yeah, that's totally it. They have
we've all had meaningless things that we've engaged in our lives, but they don't have meaningful things to engage in. And even when that stuff does get made, I feel like because it's not like super hyperactive and has jingling keys, it doesn't get as much traction, which is very sad. Because then when they get older, they're still going to want jingling keys because that's all they know. And that sucks. Because there's so much more than the jingling keys. Go watch, like, Vinland Saga. And, like, be like, oh my gosh, this is so sad and inspirational at the same time. This makes me feel emotions I've never felt before. Read Berserk and be like, oh my gosh, this sucks. But feel like the emotions that it gives you. Play Elden Ring and be like, oh my gosh, I fought that boss for an hour, but because I fought that boss for an hour, it feels so good to win. I say that as if I'm not born in 2007. I got an old mind is what matters. Hey, my mind's even older. My mind is from 2003. I am also like very grateful for the time that I grew up in. Like I say that I can say this because I grew up with a lot of good stuff. Like there was good content made. You're closer to 2000. You're Unk, Brody. Listen, I am a spry young man in the prime of my life, and just because the prime of my life sucks, it doesn't mean it's not the prime. Because it's difficult to be a human being in this current time. I'm not concerned for the trajectory of my life at all. In fact, I say that, like, if things don't get any better anytime soon, the kids of today are still gonna be just as concerned for their lives as me. As us, the people who are currently the new adults. It's kind of a secret reason why I've started doing things online more seriously, because I've worked multiple different jobs now. I've started gaining experience in, I guess, what people like to call real life. And it's getting very difficult to live comfortably just by living in real life. And so I've started to realize, perhaps, if I can get lucky and make something out of being online, the people who can do things online make more money than most of the people who do things in real life. And I feel like that kind of, to some degree, that's kind of sucks, because the people doing things in real life are more often the ones doing things that are important and matter and that require more work. But I'm kind of more concerned about being able to exist first. I'll find ways to be a productive member of society after I have the means to do so. Let me live comfortably first, and then be concerned about doing something good with it. I can't do something good with my life if I can't live my life properly in the first place, you know? Let me get money the way that I can, and then I'll do something good with that money. But working a real 9 to 5 is not giving me much money to put in the bank, unfortunately. Just because I don't want to go to college and work like a corpo job, apparently that means I can't make proper wages. God, I am like talking like an old man right now. I just care about people my age, and I know that it's kind of rough out there right now for all of us, and that sucks. And I wish I could do something about it. So right now we just got to get creative, like literally. Be creative online, because that seems to be one of the best ways to make a living right now. Which is kind of cool, I won't lie. But I think that the people who do the hard physical labor deserve more.
Growing up in the West definitely sounds way tougher because I wasn't even allowed to move out.
That'd be crazy, actually, not even being able to move out. I see no problem with living with your parents. Like, I feel like it's been very normalized that, like, that's just what you do, and you're kind of weird if you don't. But that's a very Western thing, I feel like. Like, there's definitely cultures where, like, it's still very normal to, like, stay where your family is. And, like, try to keep a close relationship with your family. Obviously, sometimes there's bad eggs and you don't want to keep a close relationship with them, but you get the idea. I think it's odd that we've sort of decided it's not cool to, like, maintain a... Like, I don't know why it has to be weird to, like, live with your parents. And I say that as someone who, like, that's not like a plan. I don't... Like, I would like to have my own house that I can raise my own family in. But I definitely don't see anything wrong with staying with your parents, even if you could afford to live on your own. Then, you know, you could take care of each other. Your relationship would stay pretty strong, I'd imagine. Be harder to grow distant, definitely. If you got good parents, then I feel like you should definitely strive for that. I have good parents. I'm very fortunate to have good parents. I just have a pretty good family, so I like staying on. I'd like to stay on good terms with my family. I know that not everyone can say that I can't wait to go see my family for Thanksgiving, so I count myself lucky for always being happy to go to Michigan on Thanksgiving, see my cousins and my uncle and aunt. My dad's family is always a treat to visit. Even if a lot of us are awkward. It's the awkwardness must run in the family, because you notice a little bit more the what's the word? Eccentricities of your family as you grow older. As you become Ankh. I just wish people didn't see family as so cringe. I think people just consider family cringe, like having a good relationship with other, like the people that you grew up with, like that would be strange. Like, why? Why is it unusual? I know for some people it's not by choice, and that really sucks, but I feel like for some people it is by choice. They're just like, no, that's weird. Like, do you just not like your family? Is that it? And if that's the case, do you even, if you just don't like them, is there even a reason, or are you just weird? But I'd like to be, I would never want to be on not good terms with someone. I just love people. I just like people. I think that's why I've always been drawn to the idea of streaming and YouTube. Because I get to chat with people. I get to talk to chat like I'm doing right now. And I get to make new friends that I would never have made otherwise. Get them bothering. They're gonna come down here and get destroyed. They're gonna get mollywopped. Someone from the base is gonna throw a haymaker, and those Toko Toko are going to explode. Not because they blew themselves up either, but because someone in the base just knocked them out. Can you guys hurry up? I want to go. I got places to be. I got pals to catch. I'm trying to level up the A team here. I've done nothing but meander for this 4 hours that I've been streaming, and I'd like to accomplish a goal of some kind. But yeah, I like streaming. It's great, but sometimes you'd meet a person that likes talking a little too much that deserves to feel one-sided. I think it's commonplace these sorts of spend occurring in circles I'm in. That is something to look out for. Not like you should constantly be like on your toes, like it's a threat, but I think it wouldn't be wrong to notice that like a relationship is one-sided, and there's no reason to hold on to a relationship if it's one-sided. I personally don't feel the need to cut people off if a relationship feels one-sided, or that they don't seem to really put that much effort into a relationship, but I'm definitely not really going to be putting as much in, if any, once I notice that. And I'm definitely not the talker. Like, I think I'm the most talkative on these streams. Because I have reason to be. But usually I'm the quiet one. So I definitely notice easier when the other person is exclusively a talker and not a listener. I'm both. I can be both, and I would like to be both. But I'm a bit more hesitant to be a talker because I don't want to be an over-talker. And I know that's a very common problem, is people don't want to be an oversharer. A lot of people consider themselves to be an oversharer, an undersharer, and someone who's just completely nonverbal. But it's not like you have to be that way. You can adjust. I feel like I tend to ramble a lot, but that's something that I'm trying to work on. Just being more I try to be very intentional about my words. And sometimes I have had the self-awareness enough to be like, if this is a side tangent, it can't be important enough to say right now. Like, even if you would like to say it, you do not have to in this moment. There's always a chance that you'll remember and you can say it later, but it does not have to be said right now, so don't bother.
But I will very happily be a listener. I'm much more comfortable being a listener. I feel like I don't have as much to say unless it's in response. Which I guess goes back to not wanting to be pushing what I have to say on other people. I'd rather speak in response to... I feel like I can't speak to someone unless they speak to me first, because that means I've been invited to speak to you. You have made it known to me that I am someone that you wouldn't consider it offensive to speak to, so now I feel comfortable talking to you. That's totally fair. It's sometimes just tiring to not have a back and forth when you're looking forward to interacting as an introvert. I love to listen to people, but some are genuinely narcissists. Yeah, some people definitely do not really care about... They just want a listener, and they don't want a reciprocal relationship at all. And that sucks. But you can't really do anything about that. But I mean, who knows? Maybe a narcissist just needs to meet someone who lives to be a glazer. And I feel like they could have a very healthy and profitable relationship with each other. If there's someone who lives solely to gas you up and listen to you and has no interest in speaking for themselves or about themselves, then maybe that does actually give someone who would only like to speak about themselves an outlet to do so. And then maybe that will help both of them to, if they already have that outlet regularly, maybe they can move out of that outlet in another scenario. Who knows? I think everyone has the potential to change and be good. It's just up to them to do it. I think some people do a better job than others. Do I not have any cows? I need to go get a cow. I think they're over here. So we'll go there soon. But I think even some people with negative traits like that, given the right circumstances, if they can find a healthy outlet for a trait that's negative, maybe it won't be so negative of a trait. If you're a narcissist, maybe having someone who, like, I think it's possible. Maybe not necessarily probable, but it's possible. Perhaps. That's totally what's happening to Twitter e-girls and far to goon guys paying to get depraved for real. That's definitely a negative scenario for that. I think that's the negative version, but I definitely think it could be good. Maybe not like good, but like, I think there's potential for there to be a healthy version. Like where that relationship is healthy because having those two things that you want allows you to seek things outside of that. So I think even people's most hard-stuck like habits and traits can change if overexposed to those. Like for me, I was completely antisocial until I truly had no social interaction. And then suddenly, I love social interaction now. And feel like I don't get enough of it. And I am not going to seek to over-socialize, because I still have the traits of someone who didn't like socializing, where I can burn out of socializing. So I think I've reached closer to a healthy balance
by truly not having the thing that I didn't want. This is actually really bad. I'm in a bad way right now. Oh my god. I think I need to run. I think we need to regroup and recuperate. I took a bit too much damage way too fast. Yeah, unfortunately the internet allows for the people who want all of the worst interaction to have an unlimited amount. It looked like me trying to dodge questions at a function. That's really funny. Good God. I don't think Chillet was the right choice for, like, anti-air combat. What do you have? I can change this at any time, so I'm just going to swap that out. I should probably, like, engage in the fight myself, too. Get some extra damage in. Look at that, it's already 2 down. Once we cull the numbers, this is going to be a very easy fight. But I literally cannot dodge all of them at the same time. If there's more than one attack going on, I'm probably not going to be able to just dodge it. Once there's only like 2 or 3, I can manage. Because these guys also have very fast projectiles. Like that one. Oh, is he fighting the big one? That's part of the problem. I need him to help me getting the ones that are easy. The small fry. Ooh! Just like that! Oh, see, now it's just one. Now it should be easy. Come on, it's another one. Oh, stop making other things mad. Ooh, he killed it. I didn't really want him to, but I really don't care. It was not that serious. Damn. Let me kill him and then I'll read the chats. Not kill him, let me catch him. He's being really stubborn though. Oh my gosh. Getting the 28 and then missing the like 70 is nuts. Thank you. I mean, I like online interactions. It's just sometimes some people expect you to reply within like a second and block you for it. We don't have anything else going on. Very sad entitled behavior. Thankfully, I've never met anyone like that. I don't think so anyway. No one that's like made it clear that that's an issue to them if you don't immediately respond. Because I also respect my own time enough, and like I respect myself enough that I know I shouldn't have to respond in 2 seconds unless it's an important text. Like if I'm in the middle of something, I don't have to drop everything and respond to you if it's not urgent. I don't put it off for like an hour, not intentionally. Like if I truly forget about the message, it might be a long time. But I've definitely tried to make an effort to just be more comfortable with like, I can let it sit for a few minutes if I'm in the middle of something. But I know it's a very real thing. Especially for like dating and stuff. If you don't respond as soon as possible, they'll never reach dating, and for some people that will be the end of the relationship if you Like that's a red flag if your partner doesn't respond quickly to you like a lot all the time. Like that's suspicious if they take like 20 minutes to respond. They turn them into fried chicken. I'm hungry. Might take a quick food break at some point. Make like some cereal or something. It's also like 4 in the morning, so I could also just stop streaming for now and stream later. You know, I don't have to be streaming exclusively tonight. I didn't hit start stream intending to be serious. This is a chill stream. I didn't even add everyone in the Discord because I'm like, I started at like midnight. I'm not going to add the Discord at what is really late for a lot of us in the Discord. It's 4, yes. For me it is 4 in the morning. It's like 4:20 in a couple minutes. Like I said, my sleep just isn't there right now. It's very out of whack. Ever since I lost the normalcy of like a work schedule, it started getting worse until it got really bad. And like sometimes it'll like get better. I'll do better for a couple days by like sleeping very little or like staying up for an entire day. But I have to do that consistently for it to stick. And I haven't been consistent in the better sleeping days for the better sleep schedule to stick yet. So it keeps going back. Me in a nutshell, not gonna lie. Yeah. Once I'm working, I'm sure it'll smooth itself out. And I'll go back to my usual. But this is kind of the worst. My sleep I've always had a hard time sleeping, but this is definitely the worst it's ever been. And you know what? I'm slightly blaming palworld. Because when it started because of palworld. But now, even though I don't constantly feel the need to play it, and I just play it casually, like on stream and stuff, instead of playing it in my free time all the time, this because I was staying up playing it all the time, even when I'm not like addicted to it and wanting to stay up all night, I'm kind of doing it anyway. Because that's the habit now. Last time I streamed when I played Yap Yap, that night I didn't sleep at all. And so then I took a nap at like 2 in the afternoon, woke up at 6, and then eventually got on Yap Yap with my friend. But then because of that, I stayed up really late. And then today I slept in really late. So now I'm staying up really late. And unless I force myself to be up until a healthy time to go to sleep tomorrow, it's not going to get better. But I might just try to stay up until like 11 or 12. Like take melatonin to be locked down and then try to sleep. And then make sure that I wake up at a healthy time instead of oversleeping because I underslept. Palworld is getting the strays. It's not Palworld's fault, it's my fault for indulging in Palworld. But Palworld is the reason that I did overindulge. It is the thing that I chose to overindulge in. to the point that, like I said, I did end up burning myself out of playing it off stream. Like, I do still really enjoy playing it on stream, but like off stream, I simply can't be bothered to play because I played it so much off stream. Okay, I do that with games a lot. I play them to death until I'm like, I just don't feel like it anymore. Ooh, a Dazzy. And you would think, like, I should just play other games then. Oh my god, I can do this. But I can be so particular where, like, something has to be done a particular way. So, like, there's a lot of games that I've had for a long time, but I decided a long time ago that I would play them for content. And so I refuse to pick them up unless it's for content. Little Mimog. I'm not even gonna try catching it right now. Nah, I'm on autopilot, so palworld it is. I mean, kinda. I mean, that's why I had to make palworld like just a side thing now that I'll do on like a lazy stream. Because it was all I've been playing on stream. And there's other things that I would like to do. So I have to stop playing this. This has to be like I have a free afternoon, so let me play palworld on stream. Instead of, I'm streaming, so let's play palworld. It's the other way around now. And I'm excited. I think that's going to be good, because I get to play games that I've been looking forward to. I'm gonna start Shadow of Mordor this weekend on Friday, and I'll try to play that regularly till I beat it. And that also encourages me to start streaming regularly, or like streaming more often during the week. Because my usual days so far have been like Wednesday, Thursday, like Monday, either Wednesday or Thursday, and then sometimes Friday, and then both weekend days. But if I start playing games like Shadow of Mordor, that means I should start streaming more, so that art and other games can be regular events. Oh shoot. Oops, I forgot how strong my pals are. So that's something I'm looking forward to. By playing other games, that requires me to stream more, so that art and the games can be like the thing that is being streamed. Because if I'm streaming art, I'm not also going to stream a game as the main draw of that stream. That's stupid. That's why I play palworld after I do art. Because if I decide to play games after art, that's like a chill thing that we do. Because it's gonna be late anyway. So I'm not going to do art and then be like, it's a big day, guys, I'm playing a cool game for the first time. That wouldn't make sense. What are the other games that are coming up on stream? Because I haven't looked at the poll results. I'll play everything that was in the polls eventually, but the polls are just kind of so I know what to prioritize. So first will be Shadow of Mordor. I have Shadow of War as well, but I'll save that, obviously. I'm not going to play both, one after the other. Batman Arkham was the second pick. Like, it was the second highest. They were all tied, but I think, like, there was one person who voted
not long before it ended, and that finally gave Shadow of Mordor the win. But it seemed like generally Batman was a popular pick, so I'll play that next. And then what were the other two? It was Assassin's Creed and Sekiro. I'll definitely play Sekiro early. I'll do that second or third because I've been wanting to play it, and I've started playing it and then stopped so many times that I really do just need to commit to it. So if I just start doing it on stream, that gives me the commitment to it, you know? And I really want to play it. Sure? What do you mean, sure? The second that I hit start streaming with Sekiro on the screen, it will be played until it's done. So, I will play it as the second or third choice. Just because other ones seemed popular. Go ahead, you can disbelieve me all you want. I just need the excuse. I don't think From Software is making another game, so they're not going to give me a distraction. That's why it hasn't been beat yet, because a new FromSoft game would always come out. I always played it right before a new game came out, and then a new game came out. And so then I had something else to play, and so I put it down. And so next time I'd be like, well, I might as well start over, because I'm not just going to jump in 2 hours into the game after like a month or two playing something else. But then the cycle has repeated over and over again. All I need is the excuse. Watch FromSoft drop a release. Imagine they like I would think they don't want me to play at that point. Like there was a legit conspiracy if that actually happened. Like something if they never spoke about it at all until I was about to play Sekiro. No! I was gonna go catch those! Oh, these guys are dead. They just killed Relaxaurus. You're dead. Their blood is on your hands, you absolute bastards. I don't care if I die twice trying to defeat... I don't care if I die like 3 times trying to beat this base is getting killed. Because they just did that. That was evil. They one-shot that Relaxaurus. Mizaki's onto me? I don't know why he would do this to me either. Considering how much I love his video games. You think he would want me to take the time to play one? Yes, it's 2 less for the park. Oh my gosh! Buggernot took it like a champ though. It one-shot the Relaxaurus when they got blown up. He just took that. What an absolute beast. Please, why are they all shooting at me? Yep, I don't know. Oh my god! That rocket launcher is nuts. I wish I could use one back and blow that guy up. I actually think I have to like bring in the big guns for this. He feels the pain from his brethren. No, this isn't gonna stand. These guys are going down. I'm actually going to use my grenades. I don't use them because I save them for scenarios like this. Reptile can move surprisingly fast. He walks slow. He walks as slow as he looks, but he runs pretty quick. I'll give him that. I'm proud of him. They don't call him the charcoal champion for nothing. I mean, if we're honest, the only reason she can resist all the fire is because it's like my full loadout is like heat resistance right now. Unfortunately, it doesn't save me from a freaking explosion. There's no blast resistance armor. I just have to take the full brunt of it. At least whoever was already killed is going to stay that way. I will give Palworld credit for that. Like, in the beginning, I might have thought that was kind of lame, and that felt cheap. But knowing how difficult this game can be, I think it's fair. Like, later on, I'm really going to appreciate that fact. Excuse me, can you not? And I know I'll appreciate that later when I get to, like, I always forget what it's called, the Japanese, like, island. Some of the later islands, I will definitely appreciate enemies not reviving immediately when I get killed. Gosh, I don't think any game has ever made me feel so called out for my OCD than this game. He's in a trance again. Oh! Oh! That goddamn rocket launcher, I swear. If I die again, it'll be because of that. Can we kill this guy real quick? No, I want you to kill this one. Oh my god, please. Yes, y'all fight each other. Oh my god. Dude. You know, I'm starting to feel like the whole thing about the Relaxosaurs was an empty threat. This might be a little above my pay grade right now. Oh, how did you do that? I can't believe I dodged that. I would have been dead. I absolutely would have been obliterated by that. Who's the one doing that? Is it the elite? It's the elite. Watch the elite. I wish I could mark a specific target for my pals to attack. I would definitely target the elite first. Oh my god, what? Oh! I think he just took a bunch of damage. He's dead! The wicked witch is dead! Oh my god. It's easy pickings from here on out. That was the big kahuna. Thank god. Maybe it's just because I'm overexcited. It's getting hot in this room.
My blood's pumping. Ooh, nice job, guys. Just making it personal. I mean, it was personal from the moment they shot those Relaxaurus. That's my boy right there. I mean, technically, if I'm being true to the RP, the Relaxaurus Lux is more Lada's speed, but we will still appreciate them. We will still appreciate the regular one nonetheless. I'll still catch them and maybe use one. He's weeping. No, no, no. He was just reveling in the dead. He doesn't know what happened, and hopefully we'll keep it that way. I don't want to hurt him. I don't want him to be emotionally scarred. If those were his friends, I'm now duty-bound to watch over him and take care of him, because I let him down by not protecting them anyway, so. No matter how you look at it, I kind of had to invite him along. And he accepted pretty quickly, so I don't think we're going to have an issue. I didn't really have to fight him on that. Whoa! My god, how is there... I did not think there was going to be this many of them in here. He's throwing grenades inside their base. What an idiot. Throwing his dad left for a fresh batch of... Man, I don't know, this guy eats everything. He looks like he eats everything. Ow. I need to get better guns, man. I need to make that stuff back at my base. So I've been saving my ingots for so that I can start using them to make better guns. I need to make an AR, I need to make a shotgun. The handgun is not doing it. Shoot, I can't carry anything. Excuse you. What is this used for? Oh, it's for like base injuries, not like low HP. Let me just eat this food. This is just loot, I don't need to keep this. Nice. Ooh, treasure map. This is enough, Fortnite, little bro. For real, if it was Fortnite, the handgun would be a lot better, actually. some of the pistols in Fortnite are, they go hard. Like, I'll take a rare pistol over like a green AR in a closer quarter situation if I don't need an AR for the sake of range. There's a cave. I think there's a cave that this guy's in somewhere. Oh yeah, that's it over there. It's kind of crazy to me that PALs, I think there's like, I genuinely think there's no fall damage when you're riding a PAL. Like, you could fall from any height, and if you're on a PAL, no one's getting hurt. I don't know what kind of anti-gravity or like magic they have, but I could really use like a pair of boots that'll give me no fall damage. Close quarters OGs know how to switch to a pickaxe. What are you doing all the way in here? I still remember the face the enemy made when I hit him with mine and I got banned at the airside. That's funny. I like that. I love jokes like that. Where it's like a reaction image and then it's like it's like me knife the enemy to conserve ammo. Everyone else at the paintball game. Everyone else at the paintball field. That's so funny. You had me in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. You got me. Waves of Summer. This sounds like what they'd say for like a Disney Channel movie. Do your thing. Quit just running it. It never gets old. It doesn't. That's one of those jokes where even if I don't audibly laugh, I'm like, huh, that's funny. Damn. Shoulder bash so hard, there's like a motion blur. This really, you know what? This really is like the summertime surfer version of this POW. It's got like blonde surfer bro hair. Looks like he would come out of the water and like in slow motion and like shake its head from side to side while you watch its hair whip around. My god. What can I possibly do to lower my inventory? You see the vision? Yeah, you get it. I'm not crazy. I know what I'm talking about. Wow, there's a lot of treasure. I definitely don't need the wood.
I'll drop the fluid too. Okay, I definitely need to go back to base now. I simply cannot carry anymore. At a certain point, I'll have to actually permanently drop something that I want to keep, or that I would have wanted to keep otherwise. This is all I want Pokemon Winds and Waves to be. Just give me a big world that I can ride my Pokemon around on and go catch more Pokemon. Not like the guns and the crime syndicates who are attacking innocent animals necessarily. But give me a beautiful looking open world where I can run across the water on a giant steed or other large animal of my choice, and actually give me the freedom, like, if it's going to be an open world, make it a little easier to actually go anywhere instead of still being limited by what level I was at, and sort of removing the ability to actually do anything even if I explore the open world. Curious on how the cosmetics will be in character customization. I hate that that is like kind of... It's like I said earlier, it's so much of a priority for me that when I saw that I liked the customization in ZA, I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll try it. I think I mentioned it to one of my friends, and he had the sense to be like, dude, the game doesn't look good, it can't be worth it. And I was like, no, you're right, you're right. I'm not gonna spend full price on a game just so I can customize my character. That would be silly if I did that. If you want to play a game just to customize your character, play like Infinity Nikki or something. Which is a game that I've actually tried. I started it. For that reason, I was like, I don't know, I'm in like a character customizing mood. I know that I've heard that that's what this game is. And I played it for a little bit. Didn't play very much, so I can't truly give an opinion on if it's caught my attention or not. I'd have to play it some more. Who knows, if people want to see that on stream, maybe I'll play it on stream. It'd be an odd... I mean, Germa played it on stream. And if Germa's willing to do it, then I'm willing to do it too. In fact, I think I'm more inclined to do something just because Germa did, and I think that's why I downloaded the game. Why is this guy dead? What happened to him? I used to get fried for prioritizing customization. Like, come on, let's find joy. Yes, the joy and whimsy. As we've established, both of us are very thankful for having, like, transmogging armor. And it's for that reason.
What's so bad about me wanting to enjoy the way that I look in the game? In fact, a game not having customization options is a direct, even if the rest of the game is really good and it's not really a game where customization is like the thing that you have in mind, I'm probably less likely to get it simply because I can't customize the character. It doesn't even have to be like a created character. If there's no cosmetics, I'm less inclined. I can't help it. Can't a white boy want to look good a little bit? Let a white boy dabble in fashion, for God's sake. I just want to dress up, bro. Exactly. I have two moods. I would either like to feel like a badass dude or like a simultaneously badass and pretty woman. And I will be taking no criticism. Less gorgeous and badass women for real. I think that's something we can all agree on. I don't really have a room here, do I? Need to expand this even more. This is outside of the base? Dog. You're joking me. My God, that sound. The cacophony. I can't describe it as anything other than a cacophony. You can't work on stuff? Oh. What a shame. Can we all swing in unison? That'd be pretty cool. No? Okay. I gotta be so honest. These streams have like revitalized my like I just itch to do art now. It's kind of amazing. I knew that I would get back into it once I started doing it, but it was just so impossible for me to just force myself to do it regularly. But I don't have to force myself anymore. Like, I actually actively seek to do it now. Like, I already have plans to do like a... It's basically just gonna be a collage of characters that I like, but it's like by color. So like primarily hair color, but with some exceptions. Like one of them's like Venom, so it's like obviously he goes with like all of the black ones. But like I already have that. I already would like to draw more Lotta art. I would like to draw that other OC I was talking about. The one with the cat. It's probably because I haven't been playing Monster Hunter, so I haven't been able to, like, swing a giant sword around as her, so I at least just would like to draw her. Peak incoming? I appreciate that. I'm glad that that's something that can be looked forward to for other people, not just me. But like, hey, I'm not sleeping, so I might as well do something with my time. Because my god, somehow it feels less productive than playing video games when I've actually sat down to try to look to like apply at a job. Like I know that it's bad, and yet it still surprises me how bad it is every time I've had to try to get a new job. There's a reason that every job I've had has, except for the last one that I just worked, it's always been because someone else already worked there, and so they could like mention me and sort of lead me to that job easily. Because you like try to look online and there's nothing ever. The listings that I find when using like websites for that, it never gives me there's an entire time where you had me write down all of my qualifications so that people can see what I'm qualified for, and yet everything that I get is stuff that requires qualifications. What are we doing? The website knows what I'm qualified for because it already asked. So why is it suggesting things that I'm not qualified for? Because it knows. It knows what I'm qualified for. And I'm not going to college. I don't want to work a job that requires a college degree, so it wouldn't be worth all the debt. But it seems to think that I have a college degree so that I can go work a job like that. Oh my gosh. It's getting me riled up just thinking about it. I've had to broaden my scope to a place that's going to require a little, like an area that's going to require a little bit of a commute. But I'm willing to do that. I'm already used to it. At my last job, I had to drive like 25 minutes to and from every day, every weekday. So as long as it pays as much as that so that I can afford driving back and forth, I'll do it. That's not a big issue to me. And it's a big area, and it's a busy area, so I should be able to find work there. If I can't find work there, I know it's just, I'm screwed. I might as well beg people for money on the internet and hope that I make it big with like a banger YouTube video or something. I'll have to start clip farming. I'll have to become a lol cow just to make ends meet. God knows that I would rather do anything else. I actually like having a sense of pride. I would not throw away my sense of dignity for money or for internet clout. And I think that's one of my biggest flexes that I can give. That I respect myself enough to not make unnecessary sacrifices for myself. For gain. The horror if you did, truly. Like when I said I've already died if I lose my whimsy one day. But you could also just put me down if I start doing something like that online. Like, it's clearly a different person. I'm not me anymore, and I should be put down. Tell my parents that I moved to a farm and that I went off the grid. And maybe one day they'll get over it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I've never truly been in a desperate situation. I'll always get close, and then the pressure always helps me find something last minute. I thrive by living on the edge of deadlines. It didn't work out for me too well in school, but it hasn't gotten me into any real trouble yet. So I don't have to change my ways. Because the consequences haven't been bad enough yet. He's zoned in. That's such an awful... I'm such a procrastinator. But, like, that is one of those things where I understand procrastinators. Like, I understand the mindset because I've been one for so long. It's just so like... Obviously, I don't want to do it, whatever it is I'm procrastinating. So the easiest thing to do is just wait until it has to be done and then be like, okay, I'll do it because I have to. It's really hard to get me to do something that I don't, like, actively want to do unless I have to. It's like before, it's been like, oh, I have a little bit of cushion of money. I had some extra money in the bank for my last job. I'm not like in dire need right now, but I'm quickly losing my money as I get groceries every week. So I'm like, okay, and then it's probably time to actually take a look at the internet and see what I can find. It's fine. I'll be fine. Every week, how high and low much stuff do you buy? I pretty much just buy stuff to last the week. Like, I'll buy enough to cover, like, I pretty much never eat 3 meals a day. I pretty much only eat 2, just by choice. So I buy enough to eat, like, 2 meals almost every day. But, like, I know that I usually go out to eat once a week. And my dad and I get lunch every weekend, and he always pays for that. So I account for that. I account for, like, the occasional going out to eat. And then sometimes I spend a little too much on snacks, but usually I'm pretty good about just, like, buying one snack to keep around. Like a bag of goldfish or, like, cheese and mix. And then, like, maybe just something that I buy because I'm out. But I'm pretty good about not spending too much on groceries and just buying for the week. Because it's just me that I buy food for. So that's just what's easiest. I don't have to, like, meal plan for, like, a family. And it's just me, so I can ration it out appropriately and so that I'm not just over snacking all day. I used to spend way too much on snacks when I was still living with my parents, though. Like, I would buy... Like, I actually got paid bi-weekly when I was working at, the last job I had when I was living with my parents. I would still buy groceries weekly, like at the end of every week. No, I was gonna catch him. And that habit has just kind of stuck of doing it weekly. But I would buy so much soda back then. It was really bad. Like I would, when I would go grocery shopping, I would make sure that I had two boxes of soda cans of like just two whatever sodas I picked. And then whatever the next grocery day was, when I was about to run out, I would buy two more. And I did that always. I always would buy two at a time, and then I would drink like at least one can of soda every freaking day. Every day. I'm like, no wonder I never lose weight. I just drink soda's the most consistency I have in my diet. And that was a hard habit to break, is like constantly making sure I have sugary drinks in the house. But I've gotten better at it. Sometimes I'll buy so that I have some to last like throughout the week, but I almost never am like buying packs anymore. I'll buy like one or two bottles if I'm out doing something, so that I have one for the day and then one for like the next day or something. But I used to chug soda like it was alcohol, and I was an alcoholic. There's no word for someone who's like a sodaholic, but that's what I was. At least I don't hear people say sodaholic, but that's definitely what I was. It was like necessary that I had some lying around at all times, once I could afford to do so. And I think that was just a response to not having that kind of thing readily available all the time, because my parents just didn't buy that all the time. Which I'm sure they did it because then we would just drink it all the time. But I didn't take that lesson to heart. Sodaholic, I constantly forget to drink water and have milkshakes. So having a milkshake when you're thirsty is nuts. Like, I definitely love getting milkshakes at like Sheetz. I don't know if you know what Sheetz is or if you have it where you are. It's like a gas station chain. I mean, if you don't, our times are radically different, so I feel like you definitely don't have that, because it's like a Eastern US thing specifically. Like, even if you live in the US, it's Eastern pretty. I think it's like a more of an East Side thing. But they have good shakes, good milkshakes there, and I used to get them a lot. Because Sheetz is an easy place to go to because there's so many, especially in Pennsylvania. But then when it gets cold, they have hot chocolate too, and I would buy that way too much also. I can't drink or be satiated with room temperature drinks. That's so true. Like, I'm very picky. That's also why I buy multiple, like, bottles instead of being like, I'll just buy a bottle and, like, drink half now and then drink half later. It's like, even if that was a satisfying thing to do, even if I didn't want to just drink the whole thing anyway, it would be flat, and I don't want to drink it anymore. I don't buy big bottles of soda either. Like, I don't buy 2 liters, even though that would be more cost effective. Because by the second day, it's probably already lost all the carbonation, so I don't want it anymore. If I just wanted a sugary drink, I'd buy juice. But no, I want soda. I want carbonation. And so if I don't have carbonation, I don't want it at all. And when it's cold out, I want hot chocolate. And if it's not cold out, I want a milkshake. This really is a problem, isn't it? I know that this is a problem, and yet I'm vocalizing it now, and so it's even worse coming out of my mouth. It tastes worse, even if I put it back in the fridge. It really does. It's made to be carbonated, so if it's not, why even drink it? Also why I don't even bother with, like, 0 sugar or, like, diet drinks. Because that's not the point. If I wanted a healthy drink, I just wouldn't be drinking soda. And it's not like it tastes the same, it tastes different. So why would I want it in the first place? I drink the soda because it tastes good and feels good to drink. I've started buying Gatorade, actually, as my replacement. Like, because it's true, I just don't like... I like having stuff that isn't water around. So to try to wean myself off of soda, I've started having Gatorade is the thing that I keep regularly around the house. Because some of them do taste pretty good. And it's a lot better for you than the soda. It actually has benefits, which soda doesn't really have. Like, sure, you can get some benefits from caffeine. But you really don't... I don't think you need all the caffeine that's in, like, a full bottle of Pepsi. These past few years have been dedicated to self-improvement. I feel like part of the reason it's been difficult to do some of them is because I've tried too many at the same time. Gatorade is good. I was recommended that by my doctor, but me being me, I still pick the milkshake when I can. There's nothing wrong with that. You can enjoy whatever you want, just do it in moderation. All things within moderation and reason is my philosophy. I'm a firm believer in the fact that you could get addicted to anything. And that anything can grow stale if you overconsume it. So just do it reasonably and you'll happily enjoy. In fact, I think when you get better at refusing to have something even when you want it, that makes it even better when you do get it. Like, I tried a fast, like, months ago. I tried fasting for a few days. And, like, I did hardcore. Like, I did not eat. I only drank water from, like, whenever I chose to do it to, like, the end of that week. I think it was, like, Tuesday to Friday one week, I only drank water and had nothing else. And it sucked. And I was so tired. Like, when I would get home from work, I just wouldn't do anything. And I would go to bed really early. Actually, I will say, since we talked about it for quite a bit earlier, I found it very easy to not indulge in the thing that I am trying to stop doing during that week too. Probably because I was more focused on the hunger than anything else. But, like, first of all, it became more manageable. Like, the hunger wasn't even that big of a deal to me, except when I was, like, currently at work. And, like, doing things that exhausted my body. But also, when I was able to eat again, it happened to be when, like, I normally have lunch with my dad, so he went out and got, like, a special lunch for me, which was really cool. And that was one of the best lunches I've ever had. If you, like, if you want to really enjoy something, deprive yourself of it for a little while, because that will make it so good. And I think it just builds good discipline, which is something I've really tried to work on, and I have done. I've gotten much more disciplined in myself. My dad seems so cool. My dad is really cool. My dad's like my favorite person on this planet. As I said before, I'm very fortunate to have the parents that I do. Who care about me and my siblings. And my dad in particular is just... He's a very good role model. And I do not take that for granted. And you know, as a kid, I didn't really get it. Oh, I missed one of your things, sorry. I had them like 3 to 4 times a day to the point where we even had to hide the blender at the very top of the cabinet in the kitchen, which is impossible to reach, even with the ladder. Because you're 4'11". That is kind of crazy. Like, it helps that I guess I have a blender now, but like, I never really made, like, shakes or smoothies or anything. But, especially, like, shakes. Like, I've only ever made smoothies when I've had access to a blender. I feel like it would be bad if I could make shakes. Because I would do the same thing. I feel like I'd make them way too much. I think I'd be better now, because like I said, I've gotten much better at being disciplined in my habits. In many ways. But there would definitely be times, like, you know, in sleeping very badly has negatively affected my mentals. And so I've had a harder time, like, not just, like, eating whatever. So if I had the money to, like, buy a bunch of stuff to make milkshakes, I feel like now is the time that I would definitely be making too many milkshakes and overindulging in the milkshakes. Like, no more than, like, 3 years ago, I would be over making milkshakes for sure. I'm trying not to. I got tired of having them, so I have them on occasion these days. Like you said, it tastes better when you haven't had it excessively. It really does. Because I do think it, like, dulls your... Like, you kind of desensitize yourself to it when you overexpose yourself to it. Where the frick is the... I'm sure he's in, like, a mine, but where is it? I think that applies for everything addiction-wise. Not bad illegal stuff, too, yeah. I was saying something, and then I lost my train of thought. I can't remember what I was saying. Oh, right. My dad has always been very... Like, when we were kids, there was always a lot of times that, like, he would be adamant about us not getting something, or, like, the big thing for us was always that he put a pretty hard limit on, like, the screen time we could have. Just, like, watching TV and playing video games. Obviously, as a kid, I'm like, this sucks. Let me, like, spend all day on like my DS. But now that I'm older, and I've been at points where I'm like, man, I really am addicted to like being at my computer or whatever on my phone. Or just like scrolling on YouTube or whatever. I realized like, no, he was onto something. It really is that damn phone. And that's also something I've gotten better at. It kind of comes and goes. I think just having productive things to do, like drawing on my computer, is already a... Like, I count that as, like, time well spent. But there's still times that I tend to, like, spend all day, like, when I come home from work or whatever, just playing video games. And if it's, like, a new game that's really cool, like, when Elden Ring DLC came out and when Night came out, that's fine. It's, like, cool, play a new game for a while, but... There are times that I spend a little too long just playing games, like every day, all day, for like weeks. Hate the fact that I still think about the fact that people hate when some are closer with their parents, like normalizing generalization, like he actually hates you. Yeah. Like, and like sure, there's some parents who aren't like super good at it. And I think it's very rare, but I think it's because it's very rare for a parent to be very good at it, especially for like the first one or two kids. Because first, they have to learn what it's like to have a kid and do that properly. But then, even if you have another kid, now you have to learn what it's like to have two kids. I think once you get to 3, it's a bit easier, because sure, that's more kid, but you already know kind of how to deal with more than one. Like, I think the hurdle of more than one is like a big hurdle that needs to be made. Like, I have 3 siblings, so by the time there was like 4, you know what? I feel like there's a cutoff. Because once there was 4, then it felt like the youngest kind of got leniency that the rest of us didn't have. And the other 2, my younger brother and first younger sister, would definitely give her and my parents crap for her getting leniency that the rest of us didn't have. Which was always funny to me, but sometimes I felt like they played it up a little too much, and it made the youngest feel a little picked on sometimes, unfairly. And my parents tried to deal with that too, but like, how do you do that? That's a new thing that they had to learn to deal with, is one kid getting picked on more than the others. And as a kid, we did kind of feel like Dad hated us because he didn't let us spend all day on our phones or on playing Mario Kart or whatever, playing on the DS at like 12 o'clock at night when we should all be asleep. But I feel like a mature adult who had parents like that realizes that their parents were good for doing that. I don't know that all of my siblings give him credit for that to this day. And I hope that if they haven't already, that they do eventually. That's not to call them out. I think that's a maturity thing. I think that's just something that you realize once you mature. Like, you know what, yeah, I didn't need to be spending all day on my freaking DS. It was fun when I did, but there was other stuff I could do. Like, I remember throwing, like, full-on tantrums at way too big of an age. If, like, my grades were slipping and my parents, like, wouldn't let me use my phone for a while because of that, like, till my grades got better.
And like thinking about that now, I'm like, that's crazy. What what a baby. Like, you can't go a few days without your phone? Who are you texting? I know you're not texting anybody. You were a loner in like late middle school. Makes sense, honestly. Agree. As the youngest within four, it's annoying, but it was just my only brother. I feel like being the oldest kind of dictates some of my views on that stuff too. Like, I'm more of the peacemaker out of everyone. Like, I just want everyone to be like chill and happy. Which is probably why I wouldn't really pick on the youngest. If it was truly something that I felt need to be called out, I would do it. But I didn't want to just make fun of her or like talk down on her. Because also, by the time you have a fourth kid, I feel like as a parent you kind of get tired also. Like, I'm glad to have all of you, but my god, I've had to raise a child from birth this many times and it's starting to wear on me. Like, I get it. That must be really tiring. Because even though everyone else has gotten older and they don't require as much maintenance, the youngest still requires maintenance, but you simply don't have the energy in you to do it anymore. So a bit of leniency is probably gonna slip through. My god, yes, bless oldest siblings. I'm closest with the oldest. I try to keep my relationships going with everyone. Which is tough in a family of mostly antisocial people. My brother's pretty social. He's an outgoing guy. I respect my brother a lot, actually, because he's a lot more like outgoing, like I said. Like I said earlier, he got into like lifting and stuff like that much earlier than I did. Like, he knew how to take care of himself earlier than I did. So in a lot of ways I respect him. But yeah, it can be hard when you have siblings that are more antisocial and tend to keep to themselves. Because you have to remember that they show that they care about you in the moments where we are being social and all hanging out and laughing together. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't really care about or like you when they're not being super social and talkative. And who knows, maybe they just don't want to feel like they're over talking to you. Just like anyone else. Like, it sounds like I'm being facetious. Like, it would sound like I'm being facetious to say this, but I mean this genuinely. Just because we've all grown up together and spent our entire lives together doesn't mean that that makes that part of a relationship any different than anyone else. Like, dead ass. Even having that lifelong shared experience doesn't mean that it's any easier to maintain that relationship. And that's fine. Because if anything, having that extra push because they're your family gives you the experience to then do it with people that aren't in your family. You gotta think positively. You can only keep your whimsy by thinking positively. If you're negative all the time, you're not going to keep your whimsy. That is my life philosophy, is keep the whimsy. I mean, clearly I've said it like 20 times by now. To the point where you'd probably start getting sick of it. If a point there, yeah, all of them are 20 plus years older than me, but it is a good, because some things I wouldn't have learned if it weren't. That is new to me when I hear people who have like big age gaps.
there's the biggest age gap for me is the youngest is like 8 years younger than me, I think. Because my brother was born like the year after me, or like a year and a half or something. And then my first sister was 4 years younger than me. No, there's always like 2 years apart. It was my brother was born 2 years after me, but just like earlier in the year. My first sister was born 4 years after me, 2 years after him. But then there was like 4 year gap for the youngest. So we had already gotten a bit older and like had strong connections by the time that she was born. And so I think that's kind of where a lot of the disconnect came from. Because like even if I didn't pick on her as much as the others did, it still definitely wasn't late until later in our lives that I really got a closer relationship with her. Or any of them, to be honest. Like, sure, we had good close kid relationships, but once we were all sort of in like late middle school to like high school, I feel like that's when it was more we all started doing our own thing. Which is just the norm, I think. But yeah, I've met other people who have like big families and like big age gaps. I haven't seen anyone else with the age difference this high with siblings, so it's still an intriguing thought for me. I had a coworker in my first job who, I think she said she had like 7 siblings or something. And so obviously there were some big age gaps there. And that was crazy. Like, that's a big family. Like, when I hear that, I imagine it's like an Amish family, or like a family that lives on like a farm. Can you move, please? I need to get over there. Buddy, please. Seven, may that never find me. I definitely think that's the biggest family that I've ever heard of. Like in real life, I've never known someone personally who had that big of a family before. That's the only time. A visitor, huh? I just don't want to be carrying all this food anymore. It's hogging out my inventory. Sounds a bit much. I think it's because I grew up with like a few siblings that I think I would like to have like multiple kids if possible, but I don't think I would go more than 3. I think 3 is my limit. And as I've seen in real life, that's when tension has started to grow between siblings, is when there's been more than 3. I think 3 is just a perfectly good number for that. But 3 is like the max. Like 3 is not like a definite thing. 3 is like we have 2, but there's room for more. Like that's heavily dependent on how I feel after 2. But I would definitely like 2. Look at you. All that muscle you got in your little tentacles. I can't imagine, like, just having one kid and being like, well, it's just you, you're on your own.
Does it count as a big family under one mansion if grandparents and parents, an eldest daughter with 3 kids and a husband, elder daughter with 2 kids and a husband, son and wife, and then me before I left?
I would definitely count that. Like, I'm really just thinking family under one roof. So yeah, that's definitely a big family.
Hey.
Like, I'd say direct family is whatever family you live with. Like, I feel like direct family is usually, like, parents and siblings, but I feel like if I only grew up with my grandparents or something, like, I know that happens to some people, like, you could call that your direct family, because that's who you live with. That's, like, the people that raise you and that you spend all your time with. So yeah, I'd say that's big family. Because sure, I can say I have a big family, but I don't see most of them regularly. My dad just has a very big family. Like, I think more so than my mom. In terms of the ones that are, like, constantly in contact. At least that I can remember. We always had big family gatherings regardless of what side it was, though. But it's been a long time since we had one of those. The usual family gatherings for, like, Thanksgiving is, like, my dad's brother's family, and then, like, some cousins, and my dad's mom. It used to be that we do, like, the big family gatherings, like, a couple times a year. So it's, like, aunts and uncles, and second cousins, and the siblings of your grandparents, and, like, people that I would only ever see a couple times a year at those gatherings, and never again. That's where you meet the people who are like, oh, I knew you when you were just a baby, and it's like, cool, I don't know who you are. Like, at least according to my memory, I've never seen you a day in my life. You're like, I used to change your diapers when you were a kid, and it's like, okay, still don't really know you by memory. It's been a long time since that. I'd do it again. I think that'd be fun, seeing as I'm more social now. And I'm more interested in the affairs of my family. Not like from a drama sense, but just like, you know, what's going on? What's life like for you? I'm open to being a presence in the lives of others. Because I like that. I would like to live well enough that people are glad that I was in their life. I'm sure most people are like that. Like, that's probably not an unusual thing for me to say. I feel like people don't say it, they don't word it like that, but that's just kind of the way that it comes out of my mouth. I just hope to be a blessing in the lives of others. Whether it's the people that I interact with day to day, or like people like on the internet.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like those gatherings have like at least one incident where it keeps getting talked about, other than grandma's being like, oh, you've gotten so skinny. Who are you?
That's the change I'm going for right now, is who are you? I'm taking my weight loss more seriously because I'm like working out a lot. In fact, last time I worked out a couple days ago, I did it so hard that I haven't been able to again yet. My arms still are sore from that. Like, I drove to Taco Bell last night, my arms were sore just like being up to steer the wheel because of how hard I worked out that night, because I hadn't worked out well in a while. But I'm hoping that the next time I see like extended family, I look very different, because I'm much thinner, probably have more muscle. I haven't had my hair cut in a couple of years, which was because of laziness at first, but then because I liked how it was longer. But it's getting to the point where I'm ready to cut it now. So it definitely will get cut, probably by the end of the year. But yeah, I'm going for like Vinland Saga level character development and change by the next time I see like extended family. I can shoot for big changes by the next like Thanksgiving gathering, but I don't know how crazy it'll be by then. Weight loss, hopefully. I always do well for a few months and then get lazy for another few months, so we'll see how it goes. But I've been getting more consistent the more years I take it serious. It's warm again, so I can actually go outside and walk, which I did. I did that the other day too. Here's the change for real. Amen. My god, wrong emoji. I meant to send the hands. I was like, it's a bit strange to use that one, but maybe it's just, you know, to symbolize like the overweight, so for when you like decide that it's time for weight loss. I was like, I was looking for meaning in that. I was looking for the logic. It's really funny. 40 kilograms. I need to gain weight. In fact, that's fair. That's fair enough too. Some people, it's gaining weight that they need to do. It's definitely easier to see greener grass on the other side. But I think there's definitely like levels of lightweight where it's worthwhile to try to gain some. I know it's tough for people who like take medication and stuff too. Like if you're low weight because of medication, you're probably like unhealthily low weight, like most of the time. I've known someone personally where that's the case, where he started taking meds and then it really started affecting his weight. That sucks. Especially if because of the medications or whatever your situation, it's just as hard to eat the food as it is for the person trying to lose weight has like a hard time trying to resist eating the food. Like that must be a really hard time. I do not envy that. It's probably just as hard for them as it is for me to not like want to go to Taco Bell or not have a home cooked meal instead of like a microwavable meal or like McDonald's or something. I was actually doing a really good job of doing like home cooked meals for a while, but then I got lazy, like I said. I need to do it again. I'm starting small just to get in the habit of it. Just like cooking chicken and broccoli with some good seasoning. That's a good like tasty, healthy meal. But the prep time and the cleanup just takes so long that oftentimes I just don't feel like it. Especially like with work, like working full time and wanting to do other stuff with my day when I get home. I don't want to cook for 20 minutes and then have to spend another 10 to 20 cleaning up afterwards.
We tried making spam musubis. They don't take much time to do.
I guess I just never really considered buying spam. The canned meat is just something that I find unusual. I wouldn't be opposed though. I like to rag on foods like that. Like spam, like joke about how processed it is and how it comes from like a can. But like I like spam still. Spam is very good on particular food. I just need to broaden my horizons. I don't know if we have a rice cooker here, but if we did, I'd love to make rice. I would learn to make fried rice in a heartbeat, and fried rice would go very well with the things that I already cook regularly. And that one's very easy to just like make a bunch and then save for later. I could just put it back on the stove when I'm making other stuff. Rice heightens everything. It really does. I need to check. I don't know if we have a rice cooker here. If we do, it's probably really old, like everything else in this house. Ooh. No, I don't want that. I don't care about arsenics. I don't need eggs from it. If it was something crazy, I'd go get them. But yeah, especially if you make like fried rice or something. Like, oh my gosh, dude. I like to think that I would never betray my own morals for personal gain, but I feel like fried rice would get me pretty close to doing something against my own moral code. I think I go to get Chinese more than I go to get like fast food. Because there's some really good places that are like pretty close by to me right now. And like they each have, like both of them have a particular thing that they do really well. And so sometimes I just really want to go get like broccoli beef with like, and you get a combo and it comes with fried rice. So sometimes I really want broccoli beef with fried rice, or General Tso's with fried rice. My gosh. Not Panda Express, because that's just fast food. No, I'm talking like going to like the local like actual like family run locations where they make quality like legit Chinese food. It's too much. I've always wondered if Chinese takeout are actually made by Chinese people, or if there's literally just a place called Chinese takeout and I'm missing out on a totally Western joke. If they're saying Chinese takeout, they're probably referring to a place that was like opened and run by like a Chinese family. And it's like wouldn't even be like a crazy thing to wonder if like the ones who started it were like immigrants or something however long ago. The two places I'm talking about, they're run by Chinese families. And the ones back where I grew up were the one that we would go to as well. There was a Chinese buffet where I grew up, which that area is not like too far from me now, but it's like 30 minutes. It's not like somewhere I just go on like a, like I only go there if I was back in the area to like see family or something, or like a school friend. That place was pretty good too, Chinese buffet. I think it was just called the Chinese buffet. But yeah, Chinese takeout is good. Chinese takeout is like the good stuff. That's where you go to get like a proper Chinese meal. That wasn't made by like Americans. Or like white people, I should say. They're Americans if they're living in America. It's not white Chinese food like Panda Express. There's a good Mexican place that's by me too. So you can get proper Mexican food, but it's just more expensive than like Taco Bell. I swear, like, I stopped eating McDonald's because I'm like, it just tastes really good and it's probably just addicting and not good for you at all. But I feel like the Taco Bell's the same thing, where it's just they simply must be putting addictive stuff in Taco Bell, because it can't be as good as it is and not be addicting. I just like it. It just feels not as bad for you as McDonald's, and I think that's why I like it more. Every family-owned restaurant we've been at have had really good food. Like, dang, the Philippines, Japan, Korea. Yeah, definitely. You're definitely not gonna get any better than like a than like one owned by the people that like the food comes from. And like family owned, and like they're all family owned, so you know how to spot them. I don't think I've been to one that wasn't at least mostly family owned. Or just family owned, period. I would like to try, like, other cultures of food, too. Like, I feel like I've only really had, like, Mexican and Chinese food, and, like, obviously, like, Italian. Like, those feel like the three that, like, everyone has. Like, I'd definitely like to have, like, Asian food. Or just food from other places in the world. Like Thai or something. I just wish I had the means to just like travel the world right now. Just like try different foods and learn about like different cultures and stuff. Because I think other cultures are cool. I'd like to write things that are inspired by other cultures. And I think it's fun to research that kind of stuff. But I also feel like I have to take anything I read online with a grain of salt. Unless I can find, like, websites that are specifically made by local people to tell people who are foreign to that place about the culture of the place. But then at the same time, I feel like you can't get, like, general knowledge that way. Or you can only get general knowledge that way. I feel like I can't get a... what's the word? I can't get, like, an in-depth study that way. Not that I think it wouldn't be trustworthy to see things that aren't directly from, like, the source. But I'm sure there's, like, little intricacies and such that can be missed if it's not from the source. It is sweet, actually. It makes me want to open my own cafe. I know my boyfriend wants one. It'd be really cozy, but imagine the necessities. For real. It feels so, like, cliche and kind of corny, but I've had that, like, daydream of, like,
working in just like a small-time cafe. Not even like cooking, because I don't have much experience and skill in cooking. But even just like working in like a small cafe. Or just like a little restaurant, like a mom and pop restaurant. It just sounds like it would be so like stress-free. Like even if it's not like a crazy wage, as long as it's a livable wage, I'm very comfortable with humble living. I don't require or even desire a lot. I'm a very simple guy with simple wants. Like, I don't feel like living in luxury. I don't need fancy cars or expensive clothes just to flex that I can spend a lot of money. I want comfortable clothes, moderately healthy food, and just like maybe upgrade my tech once in a while when the tech that I have just doesn't work right anymore. Like my mom always liked upgrading to the newest iPhone. I don't need a new phone until mine stops working right, or it starts working really slow. But if I could have the same phone for 10 years, fine, I don't care. I'm very simple. And that's something I take pride in. I think my life is better for that fact. Because I can make do when I'm between jobs or working like a very low wage job. And be very happy. As long as I can pay my bills, afford my necessities, and have a little bit left over at the end of the month to save, that's perfect. That's all that I need. I don't need to be going on trips all the time. It's a goal to go on trips, like I said, to travel the world, but that's not something I do for leisure. That's something that I would do as like a big deal, like a few times in my life, like find a group of friends or something and go travel somewhere for like a week or a month. With like very close friends. What Arsox? Is Arsox just pissed at us? What the hell? Why is Arsox always picking a fight? He can't back it up at all. As long as it's possible to save, it's probably enough. It is more fun for me to be a homebody, to be honest. I just wish I had more time to the game because I keep choosing to work. Yeah, a homebody life is a happy life for me. I don't need to get out all the time. I should get out more than I do, but I can very easily be satisfied by myself, doing things to myself. There have been plenty of times that my family went on trips and I stayed home because I just don't feel like it. Just wouldn't be as enjoyable. Like, if I'm on summer vacation, I'd rather be at home. Like, at least back when I was in school, summer vacation to me means this is when I get to be home and spend a lot of time with my friends. Not go on trips. Not go to like a resort for a few days where we have like a few planned activities. Because even when we would do that, I would rather sit inside and like draw. Like, since that's not time with a computer, that's time to draw. And I used to hate the beach. I just didn't like being at the water. I didn't like being in the water for a long time. So I would just sit on the shore, and I'd be like, why are we even here then? Not that it was all about me. The other people wanted to be at the beach, but that's why I always prefer being at home. Because I just didn't enjoy those kinds of activities. I think lots of people see that as a sad, lonely way to live, but it's not. But it's not, which is so weird, because how are we getting this subtle pressure? Yeah. If you never leave your house, like ever, I think that could be a problem. Like, humans are made to see other humans. So you should get out every once in a while. But if you prefer spending most of your time, like, to yourself in your house, who cares? I don't need to go out and socialize, like, even a couple times a week. Just once is enough for me. Like, just hanging out with people in Discord, like, playing Fortnite a few times a week is enough social interaction. Like, it removed my, like, when I used to feel like I wasn't getting enough social interaction, and I felt very to myself. But just spending time hanging out with people, like, on stream and then Discord is enough for me. I stopped having that lack of interaction feeling. People are different. I think there's a few, like, intrinsic traits to all people, but even among those traits, some people need it less than others. Some people need to eat more, some people don't need to spend as much time around other people. Some people have sensitive skin and literally can't spend as much time in the sun as other people. They can't touch grass as much as other people, or it's bad for them, because their sensitive skin will get damaged. Which obviously is like a more rare thing, but it happens. What works for one person isn't going to work necessarily for someone else. Some things are generally better for all people. But even then, some people, like I said, people don't need it as much as other people. Like, I'm not going to say never socialize just because you're not inclined to. But if you're not inclined to, you probably don't need it as much as the people who are inclined. Find the right balance and just stick to that. That's all you need. Just find your balance and live in that. I think you'll be very happy. I think it'll do good for you and the people you're around. Because if you're happier, they're probably happier too. Start a TED Talk. For some reason, I'm better at long-winded talking than short. I don't understand why. And it doesn't have to be planned. It just works out. How do you spell the word charlatan? This is kind of the reverse. The descriptor comes after. Carlos? Not Carlos. Charlatan. It's a big word. Carlos. This is my giant dragon dinosaur. His name is Carlos. That would kind of go hard, not gonna lie. Carlos the Relaxosaurus. I mean, my Relaxosaurus on my off stream is literally Biggie Cheese. So I am an enjoyer of the silly names. Reminds me of that one horse on the yes, Juan. I love Juan. There's that just genre of meme, which is just silly animal image with like Spanish name. This is very funny to me. Don't give this guy any pets, bruh. No, I'm a nerd. Like, I already know what the names are like. Like, I would like to get a dog, and I already know that depending on the gender of the dog, it's getting like a Dark Souls reference for a name. Like, I am definitely going to be getting I will definitely have a dog called Sif before the day that I die. It is a canon event, it will happen. Because I would like a dog, and I know that it will be called Sif. The Sif thing is a guarantee. I would call a dog Sif. And I will have a dog, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I get you. My Doberman was named Malekith. I was going to say that. I would also call a dog Malekith, because he's my favorite character from Elden Ring. My black cat was called Cinder, if that's sick. But absolutely, I would have a dog called Malekith. That's my boy. Like, I literally made a build in Elden Ring for Destined Death because I thought he was so cool. That was why I made that character, because I just liked him so much I wanted to do that build. Malekith is such a banger character. Peak of design. I think his boss fight is so cool, too. I think I saw a video that was in some way related to Malekith. And like I left a comment saying how much I enjoyed his moveset because of just how flowy it is. Like how he jumps around and like does flips and spins. And I remember someone said that they agreed because it felt very much like he was like a dancer. Because of how like agile he was. And I totally agree. A big part of why I liked his fight was because of how agile he was. He looks sick and he's agile as hell. And so it just made for a really fun boss fight that I really enjoyed. And his cutscene, that's one of my favorite cutscenes of all time, when he like the boss transition. I like his story and the lore. He's like a likable tragic character, which, and I like, obviously, like, all the characters are likable, like every Elden character is like has a fan base, but like as like a sympathetic, like he's like likable, like sympathetic. I said likable again. He's like sympathetic. Like he's not even like in. I don't hear about what Malekith does in the lore, and I'm like, damn, he maybe wasn't a good guy. I'm like, dang. He was just nothing but betrayed throughout the entire story. I can't believe this. I just felt bad for him. Thank God From Software loves wolves, because I do too. Screw cringe culture. Wolves are pretty sick. I know wolves are like the poster child of like edgelords, but they are cool. I don't know what to say about it. I wouldn't make art of myself being a sad, lonely wolf in front of a full moon on a cliffside, but I think wolves are pretty cool. I think it's because I like dogs. And wolves are just dogs before they got watered down. Hell yeah. Let's go. Oh my gosh, of course it's clumsy. I might try to get another one before I put it in the team. I don't exactly like dogs, but the big scary ones I find really cool, and he's more of a reason for me to get a Malekith tattoo for real. Malekith tattoo would go so hard. I actually didn't really like... I feel like I didn't really like animals much at all growing up. Which was because the first dog that my family ever had, we got when she was a puppy, so she terrorized me as a kid. And I think that sort of, since then I was like, oh, well, dogs are just terrible because they want to, like, as a kid I was like, they want to bite me, but it was more that she was just, like, nipping because she was a puppy. And so when they would, like, come in from being out in the backyard, I'd, like, climb up on the couch and try to get away because I know she's, like, gonna bite at me. So it definitely took until we had more dogs that I didn't already have a bad history with, and just being like maturing and being more just like as sympathetic as a human being, and just understanding other living creatures as being living creatures. But I definitely came around big to dogs after that, and I didn't like cats very much either. I think partly just because I just thought it was lame that they're very docile a lot of the time, and I was heavily allergic, like really bad. We had a family friend who we knew from the church that we went to at the time, who they would just take in strays like all the time. If they found a stray, they're taking it in. So they would have like over half a dozen cats, and since I didn't know I was allergic until anytime we'd go to their house, I would feel like I was dying because my eyes would get really red and scratchy. And like my throat would like feel like scratchy. And it would be a terrible time. Like my eyes would be like tearing up because of how bad it was. But then again, my family got cats, and it was a much smaller number. And because I was around them all the time, they were much more affectionate than, like, the ones from, like, a family friend's house. So it's like, you know what, you guys are pretty alright. I don't know that I would get a cat. Like, I'm still not really interested in getting a cat, necessarily, at least right now. But I definitely appreciate them now, as opposed to thinking that cats are, like, evil and lazy. The cats are just apathetic
and docile. I think they're cool, and I appreciate them. I just like things. Like, I was gonna say I just like animals, but I feel like I've said I just like a lot. It's just because I like things. I like the world. I know it's not always fun, but I very much appreciate what there is to appreciate. I love cats, especially kitties. Cinder was a shelter cat saved from a fire, and nobody wanted him. Oh my gosh. Why? I can't even imagine a reason. The only thing I can think of, to me, this is not a valid reason, but the only thing I could think of is if, maybe they were, injured in some way. Maybe they had, scars or something, or, a disability from the fire. But even then, why wouldn't you want to take in just, a little guy? He's already been through, clearly already been through something. That is annoying. I feel so bad for animals that people don't want just because they're not, they have something, wrong with them, or just, they have, a problem. Those are the animals that need you more than any other animal. It's sure it's not, the perfect one you thought of in your head. And I do get that, especially if you're buying a pet for your kid. Your kid probably doesn't want one that has, a defect, I guess you could say. Especially if you're open having multiple pets, get a pet that's got, a disability or, an injury. They need that. He had mild scars and would buy it because it was an abusive household, which makes you want him more, but... Oh my god, my Shayla. That does suck when they have a difficult time, but because they've been through a difficult time. But if anything, that they need it more than literally any other animal. They need to see that people can be good, or they're not going to be good. Because why would they be? I think it goes back to my people pleaser nature. I just look for the good, and I'm very sympathetic. I try my hardest for, I'll put in as much effort as necessary for the situation to be positive. I'll easily make an excuse for someone. Within reason. Of course. I'm not going to excuse someone for doing something that's genuinely bad, but I can at least understand and sympathize if part of the reason they're doing it is because they have a bad history or something. I'm a firm believer in reasoning, but not excuses. If you want a villain in a story to have a tragic backstory, that's cool, I like that. Especially if it explains their actions, but it should never you should never act like they're justified because of their tragic backstory. And I think that's kind of what informed me thinking like that in real life. You can't excuse someone for bad behavior because of their history, but you can at least see where they're coming from and empathize with them better for it. I think empathy is the first step to any kind of resolution. It's true, it's dumb when they force it too. The grandmas cannot be unkicked. And grandmas can't be unkicked. That's funny, I tell you what. Especially if it's someone who's like killed, like a villain who's like taken lives. Like, we're not just going to. There have to be consequences of some kind. Penance must be paid. They don't have to lose their life, but like, by God, they better become a really good person so that they can offset all the bad that they've done. Like, you better do a heaping helping of good deeds with the rest of your life for the rest of your life. And I'd like to see direct apologies to anyone affected by the loss of lives. Like, you get extra points in your story if that happens. If they have to directly confront someone who would hate them because of their villainous past. Extra points if the person still doesn't forgive them, but they choose not to react badly anyway. If they're like, that's perfectly fair, and just moving on knowing they did their best. I did my part in apologizing, and so it's up to the other person to forgive me or not. That's based. That's based and forgiveness pilled, and I can get behind that. I feel like I need to end stream soon because my voice is starting to go. But I want to accomplish more first. I think I'll try my hand at the boss fight, at fighting Axel. Depending on how that goes. If it's feasible, if it seems feasible, I'll give it a few tries. You should. You've been on it for like 6 hours. Yeah, we're over 6 hours now. I started a little after midnight, and it's now 6:26. But it's been fun. I wouldn't still be. I think I would have quit a lot earlier on if I wasn't enjoying myself. Maybe I'll go for a walk since the sun's coming up. I'll go for a walk at like 7. What's the weather like actually? It rained yesterday, so I might not. It's gonna be very muddy. I live on like farmland, so the trail that I can walk is just it's all mud. It's like all dirt. It's a dirt road. So if it rains, I can't walk because it's just mud. To give it a couple days. I do really like walking though. I like walking more than I like indoor workouts. Because when I work out inside, it's just like some basic stuff like sit-ups, push-ups, like using weights. I've got like I used to use 5-pound dumbbells that my mom had, and then I bought my own 10 pounds just to upgrade once I felt like I was getting pretty comfortable with the 5 pounds. But I can do good workouts that way. I've started seeing dividends. I can see the muscle building. I don't feel the need to be jacked like my brother, but I definitely like seeing the muscle gain. A bit of muscle. The weight loss was the main goal. The philosophy has always been weight loss is what I'm here for. Muscle gain is just a extra cherry on top. But I've definitely gained more of a goal to gain muscle by seeing muscle being gained. I'm like, cool, this is cool, I want to do a little more. I love that when Jellison sleeps, it like wraps itself in its little like jellyfish cap. That's so cool. I kind of missed it because I jumped right into bed, but it was there for a second. He's very cute. It's such a clever, like, little thing. That's what I look for that when I play games. Especially ones with large rosters, like a creature collector. Like, I will definitely appreciate those little, like, details and animations. It adds a lot of character. I aspire to be fit to be sure, but I'm only doing aerial yoga at home. I mean, we all start somewhere. Like I said, I started with like 5-pound weights. And eventually I was like, I'd like to do full body stuff, so I started doing like sit-ups and push-ups. And then once that I felt like I was getting bored of just doing that, I did some research onto like other workouts you can do at home. And so I've incorporated other things. I have a couple things that have become regulars. For a time, I wanted to fix my posture, so I looked up workouts that are good for your posture. And I did those consistently for a while. And I still go back to them every once in a while just to make sure I'm maintaining good posture. But I think consistency is key. You don't have to go unless you're trying to bulk, you don't have to go hard. I think if weight loss is your only goal, just eat a bit better and be consistent in like simple workouts and you'll start seeing dividends. Alright, let's do this. I like this guy. I like Axel, I like Orsek. I think this is my favorite boss so far. I like his drip. Personally, I wouldn't go for the cropped shirt, but I think he makes it work. He's got a good vibe. Gosh, I'm getting an Orsek as soon as possible. It's so cool. I hate when people say, no, you have to do this by this time and that, and putting everything within a weird strict time frame. Like, come on now. Exactly. There are definitely, like, ideal schedules, but like I said, unless you're trying to go particularly hard, you don't have to go hard. It might be slower progress, but you'll still see progress if you're consistent. Oh my god! Dude, am I not wearing armor? Am I not wearing metal armor? Am I not? I thought I was. What just happened? Sure, my shields were down. I didn't think I'd get one shot. Do I actually still need to, like, make myself better equipment before I do this? Maybe I do need to be in, like, the level 40 range for this. That was nuts! Are you serious? My god! God, why is it shaking? What the? Are you fighting? What the heck? I've never seen the same pal fight itself. How interesting. Anyway, speaking of dividends, apparently I need to work out in-game just to be strong enough to beat this freaking guy. Because apparently all the effort I've put in so far has not been enough. I was genuinely not expecting to be one shot. I thought I might have to take a couple hits. That move it used, Death of a Diva, Diva down. That its like signature move is really strong. I just didn't think it was gonna do that, do all that. Okay. I might have to grind until I can mass produce iron and make some more equipment first. Which is unfortunate because this is how I mass produce iron, is by beating him. I think I can make a production line though, which is a big step. What kind of weapons can I make? I'd rather make a weapon first, like a strong weapon. The one I have right now is not even green. If I can make like this AR, that would be perfect. I only need 40 more ingots. It's possible. Just need to bide my time a little bit. $70 and $250. 105 and 250. Really? It's better? I kind of would have thought the basic armor might have slightly more general defense. That's so interesting. Okay then. I'm fighting myself whether I should play a little more just so I can accomplish something else. Because I really don't want to win on such an immediate and tragic loss. I'm just trying to think of like a mid-level boss. Like something I could pretty confidently fight right now. I'll go fight the Wumpo. I like Wumpo. I'm gonna go catch a Wumpo. And that'll be the end of the stream. That Wumpo's really cool. I'm a big fan. The Diva's down, but she's not out. And yes, I'll continue to draw more Lotta thumbnails. It's become a tradition, and I really enjoy it. And I'll just keep drawing her with different pals. Now that I have Relaxaurus Lux, I've had in mind to draw one. Because I think the Lux is more fitting for her, obviously because it's yellow and electric. Trumble's Wumpo has a ring to it. That might just be what its name is. The Trumbull Wumpo. I'm gonna get this too. It might have some pretty good stats. Buggernaut should do quick work of it too. Sounds like an ancient instrument. It kinda does. Trumbly Wumpus. That's like Lada if she was like a fantasy creature, a Trumbly Wumpus. If she was like a weird goblin creature, she'd be called Trumbly Wumpus. Ooh. Ooh. I haven't done a good stim in a while. That's an unusual observation to make, but I just realized it's something that I do a lot that I haven't done. It's like I hear a creature make a noise like that, and my instinct is to make the noise back. Oh, Trumbly Wumpus, imagine being stopped at a— yes, that's definitely like the troll under the bridge. That makes you like solve a riddle or do a puzzle to pass. Be careful, there's a Trumbly Wumpus at the bridge. You must pass the Trumbly Wumpus on the Grand Bridge of Yggdrasil, past the enchanted forest of Lubus, and find the Scrunkle. Rumpelstiltskin needs to run. He's in danger. This is a threat to Rumpelstiltskin. He needs to get out, or he's gonna be in trouble. Oh, you know what? No. I don't have to worry about the levels, because she can't kill them. Hey, I didn't even need to fight! Wow. I really thought at least one of those would escape. Can you— where are you going? Where are you going? Rumpelstiltskin, evil cousin. We don't talk about Trumbly Wumpus. I can't think about Rumpelstiltskin though without thinking of the gif from Shrek where he's like curling his toes in anticipation of Shrek like signing a contract. Like, why did they have to animate that? Someone was paid to animate him like in eagerness for this contract. And at the time it wasn't freaky. Oh! A Cryolinks this early into the game? That's so sick. Yes, please. Cryolinks is really cool. Not that one. Anything but that gif. He's like, I feel like I don't know if it's just because of modern day and how just like normalized it is to be freaky, but it definitely feels freaked out watching that scene now. Like, I only watched that movie like once. Like, I think I saw Shrek 2 more than any of the other Shreks. And there really was an unusual number of Shrek sequels. But dude, that really is like a unusually like freaked out scene. They did not have to do all that. If he did just one thing, like if he just kind of bit down on like his chin or like curled his toes, it's like, okay, he's like a schemer and he's about to pull off a scheme. But he did both, and that makes it especially freaky. I love Shrek 2, peak cinema, but Shrek humor has always been really funny. It is. I do think Shrek is genuinely like a really well written parody. And it probably helps that there's so much like fantasy to parody that it had a lot of material that it could work with. So like, even though they made multiple sequels, they had a lot that they could like parody and like mimic, well, not mimic, like just like point fun at. And I think that's why I've started enjoying fantasy so much more as I get older, because I specifically enjoy things that leave a lot of room for creativity. That's why it's still so popular and referred to this day. They did it so well. They did. And fantasy has been such like a timeless thing. Like, I feel like fantasy just isn't growing old anytime soon, and I hesitate to say may never grow old, but I feel like I can say that hyperbolically. Like, what fantasy is, I feel like, is pretty timeless. Like, if we still treat kings and castles and knights as, like, if that's still as mainstream as it is today, I feel like it's not gonna change anytime soon. I feel like we have centuries left before that even starts to change. It's too powerful. Those tropes and ideas are too ingrained in us as human beings. And it's pretty cool because I'm sure that helps, that is a gateway for a lot of people to enjoy similar stuff but from other cultures. Like, not only do I really like medieval stuff, like knights and fantasy, but I also really like things that are set like feudal Japan and just like samurais and stuff like that. Because it's all very similar. It's like a similar time, just in different parts of the world. So like, while it looks very different, it's kind of functionally all very similar. And the tropes are different. So like, there's definitely like tropes to like old like samurai stuff that still exists now. And there's different tropes in like knight stories, but then they kind of cross over a lot too. And then it even translates into modern stuff, because westerns, like American westerns, were like inspired by old like samurai and stuff, which is really cool. And despite how different they are, I can kind of see the similarities. Like, when I first heard that, I thought about it for a while, and I was like, I get it. I see it. Fantasy is an awesome genre to expand on. It's just so broad. The concepts of general attire is amazing, too. For real, I think, like, fantasy attire is so cool. On God, I love samurais. Ghost of Tsushima is one of my other fave games. I have it. Ghost of Tsushima came out on PC, I think last year, so I have it, and I will play that soon. I didn't put it on the list because it's a more recent addition to my Steam library, like it wasn't in the polls, but it is, like, it will be played. I don't know too much about it, but I've only heard good things, so I'm excited to try it. And I think it's interesting because uh, it's made by like an American studio. And so I think it's cool that there's like a well-received samurai game made by like an American studio. And since everything has to come back to Dark Souls, I have seen memes where people are like, medieval game made in Japan, and like a Japanese game made in like Western, like made by a Western company. And honestly, if anything can be compared to Dark Souls, I'm now interested. One of my good friends has played it and he thinks it's really good, so. I mean, you had me at Samurai. Like, I'm giving all these reasons why it sounds cool, but it already had me at, like, Samurai. I feel like there's no way to there's no broad term for just that kind of combat, where it's just, like, over-the-shoulder, third-person, like, dodging and attacking combat. I like flowy combat. Like, as good as a game like Breath of the Wild is, the combat feels very stale to me. Like, because it's very simple. Because while it feels kind of similar to, like, Dark Souls or something, you don't think about the combat in, like, a Zelda game the same way you do like a different game. And it's those other games where I prefer the way the combat works. But I have Ghost of Tsushima. I will definitely get Lies of P eventually, since I've heard nothing but good things. I've played Lords of the Fallen in the past year. I'll play it again for stream or something, because I haven't gotten the Umbral ending yet. I'm very interested in that. I've gotten both of the other two endings. There's a P. See, you're already like, that has you like, hell yeah, Lies of P. And I know that there's so much hype, I just haven't played it myself yet. I think I used to be worried that my PC wouldn't be able to handle it just because it was when it was a newer game. But I've grown to realize how much my PC can handle, even if I'm like trying to stream. And I think it could do alright. The most trouble my PC has had while trying to stream a game is Monster Hunter Wilds. But even then, when I did play that for a little bit on stream, I was assured the quality wasn't bad. So I have confidence in my PC. I think it can handle Lies of P. So I'll do that for sure. It looks cool. I also haven't seen too much of it, but everything I've seen looks cool. I could not tell you the specs just like off the dome. But it's like pretty good. My friend who does know PC stuff has told me that it's pretty good. I have not had bad quality streaming/recording since I I found out that just having a lot of sources in OBS can really take it up.
So RTX.
Was I don't know how to elaborate on that. That's how little I know. Or how much time I spend on a computer. Like, you say RTX and I'm like, well, my computer uses GeForce RTX, but I really don't know what that means in relation to the specs of my PC. Like, I am just clueless. I know how to use it, but not how it works. Like, I laugh at myself now. That's because I feel embarrassed saying that. So it is RTX, yes. I see, I wasn't aware that meant that that simply it being RTX translates to the specs of the PC. I didn't know that. Thank God I'm ending stream because I just outed myself for my unintelligence on the matter. I've been outed for being a noob. This has been great, though. Oh my gosh. We've just been shooting the breeze while I meander.
I don't blame you, cause same. I used to think NVIDIA is the GPU itself and not the brand. My boyfriend does the PC stuff. Yeah,
I've only even, like, bothered to look at the, like, like, all the details, like GPU and all that stuff
a few times.
and only when it was because I was trying to improve the performance of something. Like, it's not something I even plan to upgrade unless I find a direct and immediate reason to. Like, when I finally start being like, I can't play games anymore because they don't run good, that's when I'm like, okay, it's time for a new PC. But as long as I can run stuff just fine, I don't need, like, the super high-end, like, ray tracing, super deluxe HD graphics. If I can just have them at medium to high, that's fine. They don't need to be super crazy.
Don't you have an RTX? Yes.
I'm not saying I need to upgrade anytime soon. I probably could use ray tracing on games if I wasn't trying to stream. Well, I say that, but I tried ray tracing on Elden Ring, and it started running very poorly. I think I tried it in Elden Ring, and it didn't go very well. I think that's the current limit that I've found. Like, even in situations in games like Elden Ring where people were having pretty poor performance, at least when they're streaming, I never really had much of an issue. So, like, I think my PC's pretty good. It's not high-end, but I think it's pretty good.
Even if I don't know the specifics.
I know the limits through experience, not data, basically.
Not even NASA computers can do that. Ask Elon. He played Elden Ring.
Not well, but still. I I've seen the memes about his build. I don't actually know the specifics of what his build was, just that it was nasty. I might have to look. You know, I'll look if I can easily find it right now before I end stream. I'm kind of curious. Did he just like really poorly distribute his stats? Is this it where he has like almost every inventory slot full? My god. Heavy load, almost overweight. The stat distribution is not actually that bad. He had an instat and heavy stuff. I mean, you could make that work. You can be a magic tank. But I feel like he didn't need strength for the weapons that he's using. Why did he upgrade strength when he has a katana and a thrusting sword? He also has more mind than vigor. Oh my gosh, intelligence 68. I don't know how much of this is directly from Elon Musk himself. Oh no, this is like this image of his tweet. This is exactly his build. Oh my gosh. Apparently he didn't think tanking was very necessary. He has 30 vigor. I guess he has Rodon's armor, which is pretty good. But then he had the Scar Seal. The Sword Seal, so he's taking extra damage. He's increasing the damage he's taking. He has Banished Knight Oleg, though, and that's pretty base. I'll give him points for having Oleg as a summon. Oleg is pretty baller. What a strange man. He had... Why do you have the Vigor Talisman and the Sword Seal? Oh my gosh, just level up your Vigor, dog. Oh my gosh. This man wants to send people to space, but he can't even do a better job at making an Elden Ring build. I can't believe it. Everyone has their limits, I guess. Speaking of limits, if I have one more voice crack on stream, I think I'm gonna have to give up my career. So this is it, I'm done. Thanks for hanging out with me. This has been fun. This has been chill. Oh my god. It happened again. I posted my planned schedule for streaming this week. Thursday is art, Friday is Shadow of Mordor. Please don't make a counter. My career would end at that point. Thursday is art, Friday is Shadow of Mordor. Saturday could be anything. I only stream on Saturday if I feel like it. Sunday I'll do art again as usual. That's what the rest of the week looks like. So yes, I will go, despite the fact that you called me Lil Bro. I will go in peace. I know it's like... What time would it be for you right now?
You said it's like 4 in the morning when it's 7 for me. At night. So it's definitely much later in the day for you. Take it easy, basically, that's what I'm saying. Have a good evening, night, rest of your day. It's 1 p.m., okay. Yeah. Have a great day, that's all. That's all I wanted to say. Violet, I'm your biggest fan. Hold on, you could be number 2. You know that I'm Lotta's biggest fan. And you have to meet by, I guess. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's just 7 hours. I'm just kidding. I love you all. Bye.